Right. Greetings, everyone. Is it working? Is it working? Oh, it's not, is it? It says I should be live. I'm just looking at the flow. I look at the... What I've done is I've got to open on another page. So I'll try again. Oh, yep, and it's working. I'll just share it. Just let everyone know we're here. Facebook, post to... That's it. Facebook there. And Twitter. Or Twitter. That's right, I might as well do the... Hang on, I might as well just do the shares now. One sec, guys. Hope you can all hear me. Am I audible? Let me know if you can hear me. Let me just put this on. Yeah, I'm just going to share this on. I've not tried this before, so I'll try it this time by sharing the video. Because, like, as you know, all my Hapanwa pages are banned on Facebook. Every single one of them. You can't get it anywhere. So I'm now posting, basically just a recording of the video. Just the, but it's going live this time. Roswell radio and basis. And hopefully that will. There we are. All the others can just go into that's the three main ones. Okay, so we have a nice little collection of people in the chat box. I want to welcome all of you. Hope you're all right. This is the World Disclosure Day live stream number 2. Live stream number 1 is actually a recording, which I'm going to be uploading soon. It's on Facebook. It's on BitChute already. So don't go and watch it yet, though, because you'll miss the live stream. It's recorded, don't worry, and I'll actually upload it to YouTube as well. But we have here a group of people. I hope you can all hear me. Loud and clear. Thanks, Alien Biker. I want to say a big hello to Peaceful Warrior, to Woody Black, to Lime Specs, who's not been on a live stream for a long time. So welcome, all of you. I'm glad you got here on time, Lady and Biker. And Woody Black saying, it's amazing how many women there are painting their tits on Twitch. Oh, have they really? I don't know they permitted that sort of thing on Twitch. I mean, Stefan Molyneux's just been banned from Twitch. Obviously, they don't mind women painting their tits, but they can't stand some guy talking about things they don't like. Welcome, Steve Palmer. Hello. World Disclosure Gate 2020. Nothing happened. Should be a short live stream. Oh, Steve. Oh, ye of little faith. Tina Silver. Hi, how are you? Thanks to be here. Jay Matthews. Welcome, Jay. Thank you very much. Good to see you. I actually talked to you on the phone the other day. It was nice. And Heidi, TTFN. Oh, it's lovely you're here because I know you guys. And Fenlander, 69. Mark Hollingsworth. Nothing as it seems. Al McCall. Yes, he's banned. Molyneux got banned from Twitter. Yeah. Oh, dear. Thanks very much, Jay. Thanks for sharing. And Diego Rivera is there as well, who says hello. For some reason, Diego Rivera Genius 2's word hello was banned. Well, it wasn't banned. It was like held for moderation in the chat. I don't know why that is. But welcome, Diego Rivera. And also, Legend Real. Hello, how are you all? I hope you are well, all of you, and hope you're having a nice World Disclosure Day, all of you. Hope you're enjoying yourself. Now, and it's Hugo Rune. Hello, Hugo. I think we've got, of course, 25 people already. We're going 4 minutes, got 25 people. That's really great. So I've got a feeling this is going to be a more active live stream than the last one. The last one was quite short and sweet. It was I only got about 12 views. I was as I said in my show notice, I streamed directly live onto Facebook. And you don't get as many viewers there. I don't get as many viewers there as I do here. I think you've got to you have to go for about 2 hours before enough people come along. But Ellie M from Canada, hello, new subscriber. Thank you for subscribing, Ellie. This is Ellie L. Sorry, thanks for subscribing, L. Or is it L or Ellie? But thank you for subscribing. It's good to have you here. So I think we've got 27 people ongoing now. So what I'll do is I'll start the lead off. Oh, Ian Batchelor, good evening, and still they're arriving. It's like a party, isn't it? Now, when I do the lead off, it won't be a long one. Actually, I don't have much to say. What I'll do is I won't respond to any of your comments while I'm doing the lead off. For those of you who are familiar with my live streams, you'll know that that's the format I use. And excuse me. What will happen is at the end of the lead off, I'll then come back, and what I'll do is I'll go back to where I left off, basically to where I am now on the list of comments, and I will de-troll. Basically, I won't answer all your. I might not answer any of them. I probably won't answer any of them. So if you have any particular comments from me, hold them until I finish the lead off, and then I'll answer, because I won't answer, because otherwise I just won't have time. The live stream will go on till 2 a.m. or something. Well, I'll just de-troll back. It's just basically get rid of any trolls, because there are some turn up sometimes. But to be honest, the last 3 or 4 live streams I haven't had any, so maybe they've given up on me. I hope so. But Heidi says might get some cues in. I seem to have gained quite a following of late. Yes, Heidi. Please, by all means, do when I finish the lead off, because you'll probably have some questions once I finish talking. And Jeremy Darkhand 1E, hello, Jeremy. How are you? Lots of alien faces emojis. so basically that's how I deal with it. And then any troll comments, I shall simply delete them, get rid of them. That's the thing. And then anyone who's serious and wants to ask proper questions, I will be only too happy to. I'll be only too happy. And Zythantiops is there. Hello. Ben, you think anyone who doesn't agree with you is a troll? No, I don't, Zythantiops. Do I ever call Steve Mumbling a troll? Do I? Do I call you a troll when you disagree with me? No. That's a silly thing. That's a very silly thing to say, Very silly indeed. So I hope you come up with something a bit more. Hi, Zythantiops. Then, after saying that, Zythantiops says, oh, by the way, hi, Ben. Hi, Zythantiops. Well, I hope you come along with Steve. I know he isn't. I never called him a troll. I allow him to comment. He can join this live stream, although he'd have to get up quite early in the morning where he is. Just like Sue. Steve said, you call me a bastard and bitch, do I? Oh, Steve, if you did something to deserve that, then I don't apologize. If you didn't, and I apologize. I can't remember. I know I recognize your name. I can't remember what I said to you. But Tina, hi Tina. How are you, Tina? You're all right. So what I'll do is I'm going to go through this little lead off, and then we shall proceed. Okay, so Zythantiops just asked me if I'm doing Truth Seekers Northeast. Yes, I am. I'll say a bit more about that at the end. Heidi says, if anyone's wondering, Jimmy Church is fine. Oh, right. Has he been ill? Oh, apologies. I haven't been catching up. I really haven't. Been catching up. But if he has been ill, I'm very sorry. I'm glad he's okay. Right. Well, we have a situation where it's World Disclosure Day. July the 8th is World ET Disclosure Day. I don't mind using the word UFO. World UFO Disclosure Day. I know Steve Bassett, he says we shouldn't say UFO, we should say ET. But we're out of the UFO era, we're in the disclosure era. I'm not going to quibble over the terminology. We all know what we're talking about. I'm talking about the same thing that he's talking about. So I don't think there's anything wrong with using the term UFO still. But anyway, July the 8th was awarded the status of World Disclosure Day by Steve Becklow and Jeffrey West of the Paradigm Research Group in 2010. This makes this the 10th one. It's the 10th anniversary for 10th ever World Disclosure Day. And I've marked, but I've been doing this since 2014. I've been mentioning World Disclosure Day since 2014. So I've actually marked the occasion for 6 of those times, which is great. The reason is because it was on July the 8th, 1947, that General Roger Ramey held a press conference in his office at Fort Worth, Texas, where he put on display some wooden sticks and some loose, crumpled pieces of aluminium foil. And he told the world's media that this is what Major Jesse Marcel of the Roswell Army Air Force Base had mistaken for a UFO. And just to prove the point, He got Major Marcel to prostrate himself, to kneel down like he's at a BLM protest and look really humiliated, and handle these just bits of scrap from a weather balloon. It was just basically a radar target, one from a weather balloon. That's all it was, and make out that he was the man who basically just made a mistake. Top level intelligence officer for the most elite nuclear armed unit in the world, and he'd made a mistake. He'd mistaken a weather balloon, a very common object, which is regularly they regularly release these weather balloons. They're just simple things with a radar target because they have to measure wind speed and direction for flights, aircraft operations, and they're all over the place. He thought that was an alien. Silly man. But of course, Ramey was lying, and indeed Marcel confirmed this many years later, 31 years later actually, when he met Stanton Friedman. And today, 73 years later, the government is still lying. Now, many people believe that was the day, July the 8th, 1947, that a decision was made high up to institute the truth embargo, which is what Steve Bassett calls it. Because what happened was the Roswell Daily Record had released RAAF captures flying disc, that famous headline. And reporters were heading for Fort Worth and for New Mexico like locusts. They were just pouring out of every plane. And the government was considering what the hell they were going to do. Do they continue with the original flying disc story? Just admit it. They said, look, these flying saucers are real. We've got one. Or do they cover it up? And they opted for the latter. Now, I personally suspect that this was actually not quite how Steve presents it, because I think he believes that this was the moment of decision. I personally think otherwise, from what I've seen from my research, that the decision was made many years earlier, many decades earlier, actually, when the government had to deal with similar incidents to Roswell before July of 1947, and they already had a contingency plan in place. Now, the reason for that is because there's distinct evidence to suggest that the troops on the ground who dealt with the Roswell incident knew what they were doing. They appeared to be competent. They had personnel trained for this very unusual duty, and there's distinct evidence to suggest there's a special detachment that deals with it. Mostly from Glenn Dennis and what he said about the people he met, the people he met at the base, who were, strangers he didn't know were at the base, including some people who appear to be part of some kind of special detachment. So what I suspect is there was a contingency plan already in place when Roswell happened. The government knew exactly what they were doing because they'd had experience before Roswell. In fact, I've done an entire article called Pre-Roswell Roswell, which is on the main Panwo site. And what happened was this cover-up almost failed. The contingency plan broke down. The secrecy part of it just broke down. It failed. Just like with Cold Fusion in 1989, if you watch Andrew Johnson's documentary on that, or the Fire from Ice documentary, these cover-ups are not perfect. Sometimes something goes wrong with them, and basically the keepers of the secret have to resort to a plan B. And they have something up their sleeves. In this case, we saw it with the Roswell incident. Despite all that, I think the day of that scene in General Ramey's office is still a fitting, symbolic, historic one. It's a moment that illustrates the subject very well. So I don't object to July the 8th being specially celebrated in that way, or marked in that way, lamented, you might say, in that way. Now, of course, it is just 6 days after World UFO Day, because the 2nd of July, of course, is World UFO Day, because that's when Kenneth Arnold had his sighting. I often do mention UFO Day on 2nd of July, but I always focus more on World Disclosure Day. So, but of course, it was only a few days earlier that Kenneth Arnold had this sighting. Saucer skipping on the pen on Mount Rainier. He was flying his plane at Mount Rainier, and he saw these objects. So the date of World Disclosure Day is going to remain July the 8th until disclosure happens, and then the day will automatically transfer to that date. Now, this Disclosure Day is different to the others, as was last year's, I think. And there's definitely, this is a very dynamic subject. There's a lot of change in the world going on. The atmosphere has transformed. The media have been reporting it differently. I've talked about this before, about basically starting with the ATIP footage released in December 2017. There's been a transformation in the way the media address the subject of UFOs. It doesn't mean it's disclosure with a capital D, but it's declassification with a capital D. And obviously, they've suddenly, after 70 years of non-stop official ridicule and denial, a new strategy has been introduced. Why that is it because of disclosure? I don't know. I say more about this in the first part of this live stream, which you're going to see the recording very shortly, if you didn't see it live. I've always had my doubts about willing disclosure. As I've said, my head and my heart are telling me different things here. I've described this in previous videos. Just what I mean by willing disclosure is someone standing up and saying, look, it's true. All of it's true. You conspiracy theorists were right all along, and we've got the saucer in the hangar. We forgot to tell you. Sorry. That's what I mean by willing disclosure. And I do doubt that such a thing is possible on one level, but then I stop and I think, what if? And I listen to people, especially Steve Bassett, talking about it, and I think, no, it can be done. It can happen. This led me to I've thought about this no end, and of course, these thoughts ended up in a book, Roswell Rising, a novel of disclosure by Ben Emlyn-Jones, available at all good bookshops now. And of course, it's 2 sequels, so shameless plug over. Basically, that is where it's these 3 books, the Roswell trilogy, that I explore these ideas in detail. So we don't know where this is leading. We know that there was this massive event in December 2017. This immediately resulted in a very stagnant year, actually. There was a lot of hope in December 2017. 2018 was very stagnant. Not a lot happened. Then 2019, the pace picked up. And in 2020, well, we've been roaring through the first half of this. And of course, at the same time, voices of caution have been raised. Is everything as it seems? So certain people have raised caution, have raised voices of doubt about the whole ATIP, ATSA thing. Fair enough. They asked some good questions. I've addressed this on my 48th appearance on the Kev Baker show. So, yeah, we should be on our guard. But then at the same time, if you want to be one of these, I can see through the disinformation, but you can't posers who go, it's all fake, it's all stage, everyone's a shill, and everything's a psyop, and everything's a shill. And if you don't think so, then you've been fooled and I haven't. And this is why I'm so much cleverer than you. That line also is a mistake. That excessive cynicism, that absolutely everything is fixed. Not that the New World Order agenda can never fail. It is perfect. It is infallible. Absolutely everything that happens is exactly what the New World Order wants to happen. Because, of course, by that logic, you never have disclosure because everything that happens is fake. And, you could be 200 years into the post-Illuminati world and these people still be peeking around corners going, my goodness, aren't they crafty? So all I can say to these people, people who do that are very often doing it for their own ego. So all I can say to those people is step aside because we're trying to save the world here. What will happen in the second half of this year? Slightly less now. I don't think we can realistically predict. I think we can produce perspectives, and we can talk about that this evening. And I'll also be covering that in future videos and articles on the Hapanamo Voice blog. Do read that as well. I mean, do read the Hapanamo Voice blog if you don't already, because there is material on there which I don't put onto my channel. Same goes for Hapanamo Radio. But I think it's going to be exciting to find out. We're on a roll. We really are on a roll. There's been an avalanche of developments over the last 18 months, and I can't see it stopping. It's going to continue through the year. It's going to continue into 2021. I really think this has energy behind it, and it's going to go further. So will next year's World Disclosure Day be on a different date to July the 8th? I don't know. If you want to go learn out and find out more, there is a page which is called www.worlddisclosureday.org. And you talk. It gives you a bit of a introduction to what World Disclosure Day is, and it gives you a list of people who can endorse World Disclosure Day. There are 6,524 endorsements. So that's actually from World Disclosure Day 2017. So this page hasn't been updated now for 3 years. But there's all kinds of names, both in the United States and abroad. You can have a look at various things. There's various exopolitics this, exopolitics that. And indeed, if you look at the internationals, there's lots of international groups as well, including, and it's here, Hapanwo from the United Kingdom. Yes, I did. I decided I'd endorse it as under the name of an organization, which is cool. And there's an enormous amount. There's a massive amount of people from New Zealand, from South Africa, from India, from Brazil. There's an Exopolitics Argentina, Exopolitics Chile, Exopolitics Croatia, Czech Republic, Denmark, Finland, France, Germany, India. There's two in Great Britain. There's Exopolitics Great Britain and Exopolitics United Kingdom. I know because one of them's Anthony Beckett's group and the other was David Griffin's. I don't know if he's still doing it. So there are two in this country with slightly different names because they're both this country, so they have to give them slightly different names. But that's quite something, isn't it? So I'm really there's a Chinese group now endorsing World Disclosure Day. So this is really exciting. It's an exciting thing, isn't it? Anyway, I'm just going to go back to the top. I'll probably be able to read. That's a short lead off, so I'll probably be able to read your comments of what is going on. Okay. Steve Palmer says that you called me a bastard for correcting you. I don't remember, Steve. I'm sorry, I just don't remember. Zythantiops says it's World Disclosure Day, so just open the bottle. But no, Zythantiops, only on the real day. Only on the real day. I might actually replace that bottle with another one, possibly some real champagne. I mean, I don't know. It's if I could maybe get a cheap bottle somewhere, I think I might do that. Oh, but then again, that bottle now has kind of become the Disclosure Day champagne bottle. So I know it's Perry and it's not champagne, but I think it's going to have to stay. It's now entrenched until basically, if it goes past its sell-by date, and therefore I can't really. If it goes past its sell-by date or something, it goes off. I'll have to replace it, obviously, but I just don't want it to. I don't want to change it now. Jay says, all right, this is about Jimmy Church, who apparently is unwell. I don't know. I found it. Ian R. Crane, of course, has been ill too. But Ian actually produced his first video in ages, and it looks like he's on the road to recovery, which is really great, but he's got to have more treatment. But, of course, when these people... We're a community, we're a group, we care for each other. And so whenever these things happen, we come together, and that's really great. Shock of Ages, hello, how are you? Charles Scott, Goon Love is there, which is great. So Zythantiops says, please link to documentary by Andrew Johnson, as I can't find it. All right, I'll just find it for you, Zythantiops. 1 second. What did he call it? I can't remember what Andrew called it. 1 sec. Oh, it'll be on his YouTube channel. Andrew Johnson. Free energy. Let's have a look. All right, here we go. It's energy suppression. Here we go. There are several different versions of this. I've not seen this one, but it's very good anyway. This will inform you a lot of basically everything. So, as Zythantiops, it's in there now. Okay, but don't watch it yet. Finish watching this first. Mark Crane, hello. How are you? Charles Scott said, probably to be drip fed on UFOs and then maybe full-blown disclosure in years to come. I'm just going to go through some comments actually that were left on the show notice. Now, there were some very interesting ones, shall we say. Firstly, Israel Diego Rivera 2 Genius 2 said, I will be there. I'm a UFO spotter and not a train spotter. Same here, you know. I've not been on a train for ages, but Diego Rivera, I see you are there, which is great. Now, Marley Pumpkin says here, yet more UFO rubbish. Not exactly stopping the New World Order, are you, Ben? Well, Marley, whoever you are, you're not. I don't see you in the chat now. That's a very silly thing to say. Firstly, it's just a single sentence. You don't really make a point. It's just a piece of rhetoric. You obviously think talking about UFOs is not stopping the New World Order, where it actually is. And if you say it's UFO rubbish without explaining why it's rubbish, why you think it's rubbish, you just say, oh, UFO rubbish. I could say 2 + 2 = 4 is rubbish. Yeah, just 2 + 2 no longer equals 4, does it? See? Bingo! And, well, not exactly stopping the New World Order. Well, in fact, I've explained many times, that the UFO secrecy issue is absolutely quintessential to the New World Order. It's like strawberries and cream. It's like love and marriage. They go together like a horse and carriage. And I'll think of some more. I think there's more theme tunes from American sitcoms if you like, but that's basically it. You can't have one without the other. Disclosure is antithetical to the New World Order. With disclosure, the New World Order is finished. It's gone. Mel O'Brien says underneath to Marley, why don't you fuck off if you don't like this? You know, Mel, you put things more bluntly than I do, but I have to share your sentiments entirely. Yeah, Marley, no one's forcing you to watch. You're obviously not watching, so why should you? And Mel says underneath here, right fucking Egypt, you must be 12-year-olds. UFO rubbish? If you'd seen what I've seen, you'd be shitting yourself, moron. Again, Marley, take heed. I know it's I know, to be honest, right, Marley, if you are going to be rude, if people are rude back to you, then I'll leave you be. I really will. But Marley says underneath here to Mel O'Brien, very childish. Oh, really, Marley? Really? Saying, oh, UFO rubbish is that mature? Making a point without any evidence? Is that maturity? And Marley goes on. All Ben's videos are about stupid UFOs, which are a distraction from reality. Well, Marley, first of all, it's like doing the comments reply video, isn't it? Firstly, not all my videos about UFOs. Probably, I would say probably less than a quarter are actually about UFOs. And they're not a distraction from reality because they're real. And they're very important. It's an absolutely essential issue. Absolutely essential to the world we live in. He's wasting people's time with a fantasy. I'm not wasting anyone. I don't believe I'm wasting people's time. I believe every word I'm saying is correct, or at least I believe it's correct. I'm willing to enter into debates with people who politely disagree with me. That's not wasting people's time. It's not a fantasy. It's reality. And it's something unprovable. He says, that's interesting. Firstly, right, Marley says something's a fantasy. Then he says it's unprovable. Saying something unprovable is not a fantasy. A fantasy is something that is provably untrue. If you say something is a fantasy and say it's unprovable, you're saying it's not a fantasy because it may be true. Logical contradiction there. He's not fighting any New World Order with his boring oh my God, here's another ad hominem. Boring shit. We have an unfalsifiable hypothesis. We've had an ad hominem attack. Is anyone playing fallacy bingo? Because if you are, get your cards out because you're going to get a full house from this guy. Why not tune into Vinny Eastwood for a real warrior giving you reality? Oh, well, it's funny you should say that, Marley, because I like Vinny very much. Vinny is a real truth warrior. He really does give reality. And what's more, I've been on his show and he's been on Hapanwa Radio. I like Vinny a lot. I've never met him. He lives on the other side of the world. But if I ever go to New Zealand, I'll certainly pop in and buy him a pint. So you advertise Vinny Eastwood and then say you don't like as an alternative. I'm no good, but Vinny's good. So watch Vinny instead of me. Whereas, I personally believe I think we're both good. We have different views. We focus on different things. but we're both correct. Ben has lost the plot. Oh. His videos are now overlong drivel about drivel. Well, firstly, you're obviously watching them, aren't you? Because you say, I won't be watching his pathetic live stream. Well, I'm glad to say you're not, Marley, because you're not missed. Believe me, you're not missed. But you're saying that overlong drivel about. Well, firstly, they're not overlong. Some of them are long, but I do believe I fill that time with something. I do fill the time with material I think it's worth filling. I don't just make videos which are like some YouTubers make videos which are like repetitive. They don't really have much content to them. I do try to put content in. Sometimes this content ends up with a very, very long video because there's a lot of content. Well, obviously you are watching my channel. You're not watching what you call my pathetic live stream, and I'm glad you're not, but you are watching the channel. So that's fine. You keep watching. If you don't like it, no one's forcing you to watch it. Obviously, if you keep watching it, then what am I doing now? Where's my junk notes? Hang on. Sorry, one moment, ladies and gents. If you keep watching it, then don't complain. Do not complain, sir. You are watching what you can't stand, like those two old men in the private box at the Muppet Show. Why do we always come here? I guess we'll never go. Let's go back to the top now. Let's go back because I think I can get into all the people's. There's not that many comments. We've got 39 people watching. That's not many, actually. That's less than I normally get. No problem. Quantity rather than quality rather than quantity. Heidi says Bill and Melinda Gates have been dead for 7 years. Have they? Who there? Is that clones? Diego Rivera says, Ben, scientists now claim there are over 4 billion Earth-like planets in our Milky Way galaxy. That is actually really exciting, isn't it? Yeah. I think it's like if you know the Drake equation. Did you see my SETI and UFOs presentation? There's the Drake equation, which says, so if there's that many, then there are so many, like there are going to be so many that have life, and so many of those life will have intelligence. In the end, you get quite a lot. Peter Steins. Hello, Peter. How are you? Jay says, JFK Jr. lives. Where we go one, we go all. I heard, you know what? We were talking about that on Miles's live stream. Now, unfortunately, for those of you who watched the Basis Project, you know that there was a live stream the other night, and several of you have written to me and asked, well, where is it? Where is it? It's gone. It's gone. It's gone. I can't tell you all the details behind that, but Miles has taken the live stream down for the time being. I hope it will be restored soon. I'm trying to sort that out. Okay. I hope you may be on it. I may be able to put it. It may come on another platform, but we were talking about that, and I hope I can get it back because it was me and Colin and Miles did a really good job. Christ on a MTB. It's a motor torpedo boat, is that? All right. Is there a face on the bed behind you? Yes, it's called Bungle. Or at least some people call it Bungle because it looks like the one in. But yeah, and it's Bungle, mate. Yes. And Jay says yes, it's Bungle. Hello, Splendid Isolation. Lee Brown. Hello, Leah Brown. Says, how dare you single-handedly stop the New World Order, John Wick. Leah, or Leah. I can't do it single-handed. I can't take all the credit. Maybe half of it, but not the credit. Oh, Jay's just asking me now a question. Yeah, Jay, I know. I think you wrote. You haven't contacted me. I know you've been asking this question. What happened to the live stream? Yeah, it's gone private. I'm trying to sort that out. I can't go into details about why it was put on private, but I'm hoping that it will be restored soon. I am working on that because it's really good, Jay. It was really good, and I promise you, as soon as I can get it, as soon as I can get it sort of available again, or obviously it's Miles's channel, it's Miles's production, but I'm working with him on that, trying to cooperate with him to get it restored. And as soon as I do, I will let you know. Jay says, what do you make of the rebranding of UFO to UAP? Yeah, now the term UAP, I've heard before ATIP, there was I think Timothy Good was talking about this in one of his books. I think it was Need to Know that they've been using the term UAP, unidentified aerial phenomena, for a while. Of course, the term UFO was official at one point. It was from the Robertson panel in 1952. That's when it first emerged. Before that, you wouldn't hear that term. You'd hear flying saucer, but not the term UFO. But of course, UFO does have a lot of cultural baggage, doesn't it? It is associated with tinfoil hat wearing loonies with Wellington boots staring at the sky with a camera in their hand late at night, which is accurate. No offense, Win Keach, but that's what we are. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But when it comes to official channels, they want to be seen as different, so they basically rebranded it, as you say. Stephen, hello. Stephen says, I've seen UFOs over the years. I think you mentioned that, didn't you? Yeah. And Christ on MTB says, I saw one over Barnsley. Oh, right. Splendid Isolation says, if people don't believe in the subject and think it's stupid, then why do they come here and let everyone know their attitude? It's clearly pathological. They need to confirm it to themselves and not others. Well, that's a point, isn't it? I mean, you get people like who are rather like Marley Pumpkin, who commented on the notice. They are so certain there's no such thing as you. They're absolutely certain. They're completely steadfast and safe and have conviction of their beliefs that UFOs don't exist. They're so certain about this. So therefore, they go every time there's a UFO video. They go all over it in the comments section, in the live stream chat, and everywhere. They post acres and acres of text in the comments sections. They spend hours doing it. They post epithets of angry epithets at everyone else who believes in it. Now, I'm not an ace psychologist, but I don't think you have to be to address the possibility these people actually they're doing it because they're not certain. They're not certain. They are actually uncertain. I think the skeptic who does that sort of thing, the aggressive skeptics, the skeptic trolls, they realize deep down that there's something wrong with their worldview, and the people who dispute their worldview, therefore, they see as a threat. I mean, I don't regard skeptics as a threat. I'm willing to talk to skeptics. I have skeptic friends. I'm a member of Oxford Skeptics in a Pub. I've been to skeptic conferences. I'm willing to discuss these matters with anyone who's willing to just talk about them politely. I don't. Despite what Zyth Antioch said earlier, which is completely false, I don't think people who disagree with me are trolls. Trolls and skeptics are two entirely different things. Of course, there's a big overlap between the two when you're someone like me, but they are separate things. There are some skeptics who are not trolls, and there are many trolls who are not skeptics. Lee says, same as rebranding of Nibiru to Planet 9. Oh, Nibiru. It's still not arrived yet. Christ on a MTB says, marathon to Snickers. It used to be called Marathon, didn't it? I remember that. Jock of Ages says, a lot of skeptics are low IQ twats. Correct. They are. Well, let's go up a little bit. Here we go. Where are we? I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll put a bloody bookmark in there. Every so often I have to it just slips to the bottom of the thing. Jay says, okay. Diego Rivera. Ben, Kepler 90 solar system, 8 planets around its host star, all within the orbit of Venus. Oh, these are the hot ones, aren't they? They're sort of hot Venuses or hot Jupiters or whatever they call them. If it's within the orbit of Venus, then it's going to be very hot there. But I've heard of that. Yeah, but there are Earth-like planets within the Goldilocks zone, as they call them. Peaceful Warrior. Hello, Peaceful says, I'm back from my booze runs. Other drinks are available. All right. I didn't bring any tonight, but you will sit back with a can and watch me if you like. Christ on MTB. I've done a video about Nibiru. I don't think Nibiru exists. Either that or it's so far away it's not going to come near the Earth for thousands of years. Because otherwise we've got to see it. It'd be very obvious. It'd be in the sky. It'd be bigger in the sky than the full moon. Lee Brown says, I think it's so they can address the subject without sounding silly. Are you talking about the UAP thing? If so, you're right, yes. Jay Matthews, MMA, says, we need a song called Comments Section. Maybe Sophie the Porter's Poet can work on that with the band The Black Goo. Yeah. And Jay says as well, suppose it's the stigma attached to the name UFO. Yeah, so rebranding it moves it into the mainstream. That's true. Yes, that's why they did it. And Christ on an MTB is just explaining about his or her sighting, which is interesting. Yeah. Heidi TTFN, take a browse at Alice Down the Rabbit Hole channel. Great videos. Yeah, I like her. She's cool. She's very interesting. Bit shoot. Hello, bit shoot. Hello, evening Ben. Ben, have you watched any good documentaries lately? Yes, I have. In fact, I the other day I watched. It was long overdue, actually. I watched Unidentified, the story of Pip and the TTSA. That's the one presented by Lou Elizondo, and it's really good. It's very good indeed, where he interviews the pilots and the other witnesses. Very good. There's a second part coming soon. I think it's starting this week or next week, I think. Zythantiop says, why do you always do the communist power fist? Are you a posadist? Yes. Yeah, I noticed you put this in a comment. You put a... Zythantiop, you put a comment on that in one of the videos, I remember, and I thought it made me amusing because it's what he's talking about here, the posadist. It's one of the weirdest UFO stories I've ever heard. And where was it? I got the details of it here. And I first heard about this on. It was actually on Tony Topping's radio show. He used to do radio show. He's coming. He thinks he's going to start them again. And he did one with George Galloway. He actually interviewed George Galloway of all people. And Galloway told him about this. When I first heard about it, I couldn't believe it. But then I looked it up, and it's true. A posadist is a follower of Jay Posadas. Now, this is a very interesting. It's a very, very interesting person, right? Because he's a guy from. Excuse me. He's a guy from Argentina who is a member of the Fourth International. He's basically a Trotskyite Marxist, and he's really into UFOs. And this is really weird because there's. I know this because I had to research it for the Roswell trilogy. In Marxism, and I've covered this in detail in my trilogy. The idea UFOs are all virtually non-existent. They are non-existent. Into the idea they are completely ignored. They are regarded as epiphenomenal. Yet Jay Posadas was really into UFOs, which must have made him something of a pariah, I must say. It must have been a bit of an embarrassment. But he had quite a following. He had like a group of people who mostly in Latin America, who were very keen on him and thought he was like the new Lenin or something. And his idea was that UFOs were such amazing things, spaceships that flew from far off galaxies and things like that the aliens who built them had to be communists. He said only communists could build something this amazing. So he was basically saying to the aliens, he said we should ask the aliens to come down and lead the world revolution. Come on, little green men, bring us socialist revolution to the earth, comrades. Oh, it's hilarious. But the answer to Zythantiop is no. I'm not a posadist, but the whole story is just so amazing. It's just so funny. It made me laugh. The 14 Times did like a really good, really amazing article about it, it was funny, but it was very informative as well. So it's one of the most amusing stories, certainly the strangest story I've heard in the world of ufology. So thank you, George Galloway, for informing Tony Topping about that. Peaceful Warrior says, have you heard of this guy called Joseph Gregory Hallett? Yes. Jay says, yes, the true king of England. Well, he might be, Jay. I mean, he claims to be King John III, in which case I have to ask, who was King John II? Because unless he's claiming the throne of France as well, because that would make him King John III. I know there was a time when France was ruled by Britain, around, I think it was like in the 11th or 12th century, and I think King John was either our King John who called himself King John II of France, as well as King John of England the First, or there was another King John II of France who was like a person who was with England. I don't know, but I've not looked into it in an enormous amount of detail. But I know that the House of Windsor are usurpers. The Queen, if she's, who knows where she is? She may have gone to that great reptile house in the sky by now. I mean, no one's seen her for bloody months. If she has, then they may not want to tell us for various reasons, which I've talked about in previous videos. I should do another video about that, shouldn't I? I've done articles. I've done 2 articles about it on her Panoy Voice, if you want to read that. It's easier just to watch videos than to read, though, isn't it? That's the thing. But certainly the Habsburgs, that is the Illuminati bloodline, which the Queen is a part of, are not the rightful rulers of England. Then they have no constitutional right to the throne of England. Therefore, obviously, at some point, if this comes out, then maybe there is a monarchy. I know that Mr. Hallett is claiming, I think he's claiming descendants from Richard III, King Richard III, whose body was found a couple of years ago. Very interesting story, that, yeah. And who's deposed by the Tudors, you see. So it's going back to the Tudors. Of course, then this was followed by other kings and queens, and then eventually we are down to the Habsburgs, who ruled England, and the Queen is a Habsburg. So in a post-Illuminati world, obviously she'll have to be disposed. We can then the choice is then, of course, whether we want to be a republic again, like we have another Oliver Cromwell, or do we restore the monarchy with a new dynasty, a proper dynasty? And maybe it is Greg Hallett. I don't know. I'm not sure about it. I'm really not sure about it. Bernard, hello Bernard, how are you? Or AU, which means gold. That's interesting. Bernard Gold. I heard about the declassified FBI files saying that Nikola Tesla was a Venusian. I've not heard about that. I know the FBI they took a lot of Tesla's material. In fact, they confiscated almost everything he had. He had a lot of books. He had a lot of notice. He had some prototypes and some models that he built. They were all in his hotel room when he died in 1941. He was penniless. He was living off cans of beans and things like that. He was absolutely penniless. And they did that even before the undertakers were allowed in to take the body away. And interestingly, one guy who was involved in that was a physics professor from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, and his name was John Trump, and he's the uncle of you know who, MAGA, the God Emperor, old bad haircut orange man. You know, he was him, his uncle. Peaceful Warriors is talking to Jay there. Yeah. Hello, Alan. Alan McVicker is there, and Heidi TTFN. That's interesting. Your comment has been held for review, but the vid's on my BitChute channel on it all. Does that mean if you mention, what's wrong with that? Why does that have to be held for review? It's simply the word BitChute now considered a dirty word on YouTube. Wouldn't surprise me. BitChute. There we are. Jay said, did you see the General Flynn video where he used that quote? I've not seen that. No, sorry, Jay, I've not seen it. But General Flynn, what happened with Flynn is really amazing. He's another one of these people. Flick to the bottom. Got to get back to the top now. Where are we? But basically, the whole thing with Flynn being sacked and everything, he's now back. You say it's like it's a weird thing because there's all kinds of people like who have periphery to the John Bolton, for example, and Ian Bannon and Steve Bannon, people like that. Whereas like periphery to the Trump, to the Trump administration, they kind of come back in. Though John Bolton is basically because he's kind of like a pro-Israel, never Trumper. Apparently he's written a kind of angry book about Trump, which has been leaked. Steve Palmer says, Ben, you shouldn't get the Radonautica app. You would worry yourself sick and never go out of the house again. Is this where they measure radon gas coming up from the ground? because there's certain places, especially Cornwall, I think, where there's this radioactive gas that leaks from the ground. It's nothing to do with fracking; it happens naturally, although probably fracking makes it worse. Yet, it's a kind of a. I don't know actually. I mean, I try not to. I've got so many things on my plate that at some point I have to just take my chances. So Thanchop says, I thought Miles's speciality was keeping videos up that people wanted taken down. Well, I mean, I can't go into details. I'm afraid, Zythantiops. I can't go into details about what happened with the live stream the other day. I know a lot of people are asking me, where did it go? I want to watch it. It was really good, and I am in contact with Miles, and we're discussing about what we can do from here. I'm very keen to see that video restored. It's not my video; it's Miles's video, but I was in it, and Colin was in it. We did a damn good job, and I'm going to try and do everything I can to get that video restored. If not on the Basis Project, then on another platform, another channel. Peaceful Warrior said, I saw something in the sky in Iraq. It was weird. Yeah. Of course, Peaceful Warrior, they appear all over the world. And the Middle East has had a lot of very interesting sightings indeed, including several landings, CE-3s, things like that. There's reports coming from the Middle East. There's the interesting case of Parvez Jafari, a pilot, who is very similar to the Milton Torres case, actually. Iranian he was. I don't know if that counts as the Middle East, but he was an Iranian pilot in 1976. Had scrambled because there was what they call the Tehran incident, because the city of Tehran was overflown by a very large object. He was in his plane, and basically, as with Milton Torres, the plane shut down. The electronics failed as he approached this UFO. So yeah, they happen all over the world. Heidi TTFN. All right. The radionautic. If radionautic, I may be wrong, Heidi, over what it is. I'm just guessing. That's what it is. Something to do with radon. Charles is asking about Miles's live stream. Yep, I'm sorry. I'm hoping it will be restored. I'll do everything I can to get it back on the air. I've not forgotten about it. I'm not going to let it go. I'm hoping to get that back on the air. Definitely. Heidi says nibtards. I don't know what that is. Is that something? That sounds like something sort of twittery. Alien Biker says, I first heard the term UAP in a book called Earthlights by Paul Devereaux, written about 1979. All right, I didn't know it was that old, Alien Biker. I know it dates back sort of to the 90s, but it could be that they decided that long ago that they would replace it with another word, another term. Peaceful says, I came here to troll, but content was too good, and you're a top bloke, Ben, bud. Well, thanks, Peaceful Warrior. Much appreciate that, and I'm glad anyone who comes in to troll and they found themselves inspired not to troll, means that's great. That's really, really great. You'll find I'm a reasonable guy. I'm a reasonable person. Despite what people claim, they falsely claim, I don't get arsey with people who disagree with me. You're allowed free speech with me. You can disagree in any way you like, as long as you're polite. That's fine with me. Jana, hello, Jana Greasley. Hello, Jana, how are you? Will Ghislaine be forced to return to her home planet? I think her home planet is hell. I got a feeling she's good. I don't think if she hangs herself, that's just too obvious, isn't it? I think she's going to catch COVID-19 at some point and will not recover. Yeah, if she stays alive, like I said on a previous video, she's a domino at the front of the row. I mean, there's dominoes at the end of the row. They fall over, and it's only them. That's Jimmy Savile. That's what Harvey Weinstein, people like that. But there's others at the front of the row, and if they fall over, they inevitably take others with them. And she's one of those dominoes, which is why her arrest is so exciting. It's really, again, this is something I covered on Miles's live stream with Colin, and I do hope that will be available again soon. I really do. What could be happening? Obviously, she's still being interviewed at the moment. There's going to be a long period of investigation. She may be offered a plea bargain of some kind. I would say if she's going to do that, then she's going to have to earn it. I mean, she's going to have to deliver all the big heads on the plates. as far as I'm concerned, if we can even think about giving her immunity or anything like that. Where are we now? Jay says, Ben gives quality information, in my opinion, but I'm biased as he's a friend also. Thanks, Jay. Likewise, mate. Likewise. Thank you. Sorry, Tantiop says, Ben, if disclosure is an process that you believe is ongoing, then ergo, you need to get started on that bottle. All right. So when is the right time to open the bottle? I mean, what is the moment that I can say, well, this is disclosure? It's a good question, because it's possible that disclosure might be this process that's ongoing. There may be several milestones we could pass, which we could say is disclosure. Now, this, of course, if you've read my book, Roswell Rising, a novel of disclosure by Ben Emlyn Jones, available at all good bookshops now. All right. If you've read that, you'll know that the path to disclosure in the story is not straightforward. It's not as clear cut and black and white as, say, Steve Bassett actually says it is. He claims it will be. It's a long, tortuous process with many dead ends, many backtracks. It's something of a maze, and it takes a long time for the characters to work their way through the maze, and for the world in general to get out of that maze. So it would be a bit annoying if I open the bottle and drink it and then find out that we've gone down one of those blind alleys or taken a wrong turn or have to backtrack. I mean, of course, you see, the problem is that by some people's definition, I will never open the bottle because there can be no disclosure. According to the I can see through the disinformation, but you can't posers. You know who we're talking about, the kind of people we're talking about. That's quite a long. That's quite a long term, isn't it? I can see through the disinformation, but you can't posers. I can't think of a shorter way to describe them. The bottle, if I was one of those, and the bottle would never be open because this disclosure can never happen, whatever happens. If a UFO lands on the White House lawn, proverbial, and Trump comes out and says, UFOs are real, we've always known about it, right? That's not disclosure. That's just a deeper level of the conspiracy, Ben. You know, there's shield, Trump shields, disinfo, psyops. So that one, I couldn't open the bottle then, could I? Because that's not real disclosure. According to these kinds of people, there can never be disclosure. It cannot happen. Well, one person, I think it was Andrew Johnson, actually said he does actually have he has a yardstick in this particular issue. He said that if he switched on the 10 o'clock news and Dr. Judy Wood was being interviewed, then he would know that was disclosed. The New World Order was finished. And of course, obviously, he's literally right. I mean, if we turn on the news and Dr. Judy Wood is being interviewed, I think we can safely say there is trouble at the Illuminati mill, can't we? The problem is that Andrew regards this, he seems to regard this as a kind of single moment in time, a kind of bootstrapped, spontaneous occurrence. You can't really get into a discussion with him about any process leading up to that point. For him, it was just something that would just either happen or not happen. In my view, I think it's something that will be the end result of a process, and it's something that I think we may be in the early stages of now. Heidi says, Stephen Greer's new one. It's on my library. Is it? Oh, was that the... Heidi, is this the... your library channel? I'm... Oh, right. Well, that's interesting, Heidi. I actually subbed to you on library. I can't get library to work. It's like Parler. Maybe it's to do with maybe it's because of my Windows 10. Maybe it's just a desktop thing. I don't know. I've been trying to get Parler to work. I've been trying to join Parler. I've been trying to join library. I have succeeded in setting up a library account, but it doesn't do anything. I can't upload. I can't comment. I can't do anything. It won't let me. But I'll check out your library channel. I will. All right. Diego Rivera says Planet X does exist. The lack of planets in our solar systems at far distances could be a sign that a planet-sized object does come into our solar system. You know, it probably does, actually, Diego Rivera. It probably does exist. I mean, there's a lot of people who using gravitational tracking of other planets, they say there is a lot of mass at the edge of the solar system that is in what's known as the Kuiper Belt, which could be the presence of a large object. In fact, Neptune was discovered by people watching basically disturbances or irregularities in the orbit of Uranus. Yes, let's have the unoriginal jokes, shall we? It seems that Neptune is showing these same star signs, and other planets in the Kuiper Belt, Pluto, Eris, and these other ones, they're showing the same signs, which means there's something big out there. What I dispute about Planet X is that it's something that's about to hit the Earth in a week's time or something like that. Because if it was, we'd be able to see it. If something was going to hit the Earth in 1 week's time, was the size of Nibiru, Planet X, it would be visible. It would be bigger in the sky than the full moon is. But we can't see it because it's a long way off, which means good because it means it's not going to. If it is on like an orbit which takes it into the inner solar system, it's not going to come. It's not going to bother us for a long time to come. Stephen says, I've been having trouble watching David Icke's videos on BitChute. Oh, Stephen, I've not had that problem myself. I've noticed with BitChute that sometimes it is unreliable. I mean, it is a new platform. People say it's in the same state that YouTube was in when it'd been up for a year or two. Sometimes I find, because it's a peer-to-peer system, sometimes things buffer a lot. Processing, if you upload things, sometimes they process for days and days and days and things like that. Usually, I give up after about 24 hours and just re-upload them. Things like that. Lee Brown says, Nibiru is now called Planet 9 and they're tracking it. I followed a guy called Andrew Petrov on YouTube. He's done some videos showing it. I'll check that out, Lee. I will. Peaceful West says, chiseling crack smell. Do you remember Robert Maxwell? She's the daughter of Robert Maxwell. Now, Robert Maxwell, of course, was a media mogul, and he ran Pergamon Press, which is based here in Oxford, actually. It was just up the road from where I used to live in Oxford. And he was infamous around here. He was absolutely infamous. He was regarded to be a terrible employer. He actually embezzled the pensions of a lot of his staff. But he was an interesting chap. He came from Poland originally, and he came to live here during World War II. And he changed his name, obviously. Robert Maxwell's not a very Polish name. And it's funny because, he published the Daily Mirror, the Oxford Mail, the European. All these come out of Pergamon Press. All a load of massive establishment mouthpieces. Jay says, Greer's a massive ego and he needs a movie just for that. Well, Jay, I did notice from watching his previous videos, Sirius, etc. I watched Sirius and I thought, like his others, most of the shots are basically pictures of Greer himself in tight jeans. And occasionally it pans away from his royal Greerness to look at other things like the Atacama humanoid and things like that. But, when he starts saying about his bodyguards and, I briefed the CIA director on a luxury island off the coast of Australia, or I went to brief the British Defense Secretary at a luxury chateau in Brittany. And it's all about him. It's about all the posh places he's been to, all the famous people he's met. And I know he has met them. I know it's been confirmed, like this Wilson guy was saying, these meetings which he and Leslie Kean had at the Pentagon did take place. It's pretty obvious, that, yeah, he has an ego problem. There's no doubt about it. I mean, it's the fact that he has bodyguards. How many other people need bodyguards? Does Richard Dolan have bodyguards? Does Steve Bassett? Why does Stephen Greer need bodyguards? I knew one of his bodyguards, a guy called Jeroen, actually. He was one of his bodyguards, a Dutch guy. I think he was involved with Exopolitics Amsterdam or something. I don't understand. I mean, is he in more danger than the rest of us? I don't think they're bodyguards. I think they're ego guards. Splendid Isolation says it's probably impossible for Gillian to have a fair trial. Well, I don't think she's going to get a trial. Splendid, she won't. If she did, it would be as big as the O.J. Simpson trial or bigger. She won't get a trial. I don't think she's going to live to get to court. If she does, it will probably will be some kind of show trial. But it's a good point, isn't it? I mean, everyone's entitled to a fair trial. And even she or Epstein and these other people, they're entitled to a fair trial. Will she get one? I don't know. I think we have to give her a fair trial because not in spite of the fact that she's done such bad things and she's been connected to the Illuminati and child abuse and things like that so closely, but because she has. The fairer the trial, the more damage it will do to our enemies. That's the thing. This is why they want. This is why they're going to try to kill her. They will try to kill her. Heidi's talk said to isn't a conversation. Jay said someone's already worked on. Okay. I know some of you are talking to each other. Diego Rivera says again for some reason all Diego Rivera's comments are moderated. I don't know why that is. Comment Neowise might become visible to the naked eye. Is this? Well, it'd be interesting if it does. I mean, comets go past all the time. I mean, I've heard people say a comet's going to hit the Earth. Again, we would know. If a comet was about to hit the Earth, we would know it. You can't cover these things up. There's too many telescopes. There's too many astronomers. We would know. I mean, it's chilling to think that. But if we were doomed, there was something big was on a collision course with us, we probably would get a few months to put our affairs in order. If there's nothing we could do to get rid of it. There are ways and means actually even outside the secret space program of deflecting near Earth objects. I cover this in my space weather videos. My space weather segment on Hapanmo Radio. Steve Palmer says, even better for them. All right, talking to Heidi. Cosmic Claire. Hi, Cosmic Claire. How are you? Thanks for joining us. Charles Scott says, Ben, you need to take a sip of the bottle every time they drip feed UFO info, then buy another when full disclosure. Oh, Charles, I'll take a sip of a bottle, not the bottle. No, the bottle will wait until, I don't know. I think there's got to be one moment when we know. All right. Well, if we define it as what Steve Bassett calls a frank, full admission that there's an extraterrestrial presence engaging the human race from official sources. Okay, that I think is at least a major milestone. Of course, it could be fake disclosure. I've always said that the disclosure we're most likely to have is fake disclosure. All the bad aliens. We've got to save ourselves from them, things like that. But that could be a point, I think, when I could do that. I could say, okay, well, I'll open our bottles now. Where are we now? Diego Rivera says, no, Ben, England did not rule France. They ruled part of France. The kings of England were Normans. Okay, well, the part of France. I know that Bordeaux apparently was under the crown of England because when I went there on a school trip years ago, and the teachers told us all about it, and they said, look, this bit's English, and that bit's English, and that building's is English, and things like that. Peaceful Warrior says, dropping bombs, Ben. What's that, Peaceful Warrior? Dropping bombs. What is? UFOs? On what? Alien Bikers. King John was after our fish stocks. Some things don't change. Are you French, Alien Biker? Splendid Isolation says, the West, the last bastion of freedom, is already falling to a Marxist revolution. The time the Western institutions are terrified of going against it, lest they be seen as racist without firing a shot. And yeah, I mean, Splendid, I've done an entire video about that. That's basically a good summary. Of course, Marxism is the tool of it all, the Illuminati use. And of course, that is part of the psychological warfare operation being played against us. And I did a video called, if you watch my video, White People, a reply to Christy Winters, I'll go into that whole thing in detail, yeah. Nihilist Lives Matters, hello. How are you, NLM? Good to see you. Nigel Farage for King. I'm sure he'd make a very good one. He'd certainly make a better one than the one we have now. I don't know exactly what his position is, because I don't know exactly his bloodline, but... obviously, we would need to restore the monarchy with a a legitimate monarch if we choose to have a monarchy. As Tinfoil Hat says, Republic doesn't need a queen, Republic don't need a queen. So you're a Republican, Tinfoil Hat. Well, maybe that's the way forward. I don't know. I mean, I don't believe I don't go along with what, because I've been watching the Republican videos and they tend to be sort of like SJW type people. I know, and I just find them a bit tiresome. Whereas the people who are royalists tend to be more my kind of people. At the same time, you know my opinion of the Queen. You know what I think she is. You know what I think about her claim to the English throne. And of course, I'm completely on the opposite side of the debate when it comes to the Queen with people like that. So I don't know the answer, Tinfoil Hat. If it turns out we end up as a republic, so be it. But I don't want it to be the kind of republic that the Republican people, the Republicans online want. Leah says Tony Robinson did a documentary about the true king. He's in Australia. I've not seen that. Tony Robinson's a good guy. I like him, actually. He was good as Baldric. He did a brilliant documentary about Helen Duncan, The Blitz Witch. Do watch it. It's on YouTube. Where he goes around with this young skeptic woman and he's like trying to prove that Helen Duncan is real. And I think he succeeds, actually. Jay says, Leah's name is said as Lee. Lee. Oh, right. He's a friend I've known since high school. Right you are, Jay. Someone you know. Yes. Okay, Lee. I'll call Lee. Okay. And Cosmic Claire has endorsed Nigel Farage for King. Right you are, Nigel. If you're watching, you have some supporters here. To be honest, I wouldn't mind having Nigel Farage as King. I really wouldn't. Certainly he'd be. I mean, there's all kinds of people who could be king and might not. Nigel Farage would be quite high on my list of favourable people, I must say. Tinfoil, do you know anything about Nasara or Gesara? I've heard, Tinfoil Hat, I've heard those words before. But do enlighten me. Splendid. So is Greg Hallett part of the Plantagenet line? In other words, yeah, he's right. You are. So Heidi, I'll check out your library channel. I mean, but I don't know how much I can say here, probably because there's a copyright issue. But I do recommend Heidi's library channel. It's very good. Her videos are very good, and Heidi has some sky watching videos from the United States. So do check those out. Diego Rivera says Bigfoot is the real king of England. Oh, right. You know, we'll be better than the Queen. Cosmic Claire says the Anglo-Saxon kings were elected by the Witan. It was not primogeniture, which came from the French. All right. There's been a lot of debate, actually, about the Anglo-Saxon period in Britain, which encompasses the early Middle Ages, about whether it was Illuminati occupied. There are some people who claim that it was not Illuminati occupied. That basically Illuminati occupation ended with the fall of the Roman Empire in Britain and was restored with the Norman conquest. So basically, for about 800 years, we returned to the pre-Illuminati world, which was similar, say, to the Iron Age, which happened before the Roman conquest. But it's interesting that, I mean, maybe I haven't looked into it in detail. There's obviously a lot to know about. I don't know if Gemma Besant's there. I don't know. She's not. I haven't seen Gemma Besant, but she probably will say something about that. But yeah, I think that would interest me. I'd be interested to know. That's an interesting idea about the Anglo-Saxons. Yeah, interesting. The Anglo-Saxons. I was watching Britain AD and Britain BC, and it's a bit politically incorrect because, you know, this idea that Britain's a nation of immigrants. Well, the latest evidence suggests it's not, because the idea was that the end of the Roman Empire, the Anglo-Saxons were basically people who moved to Britain from the continent. So it was mass immigration. Yet, and it's understandable because, of course, you suddenly have a large number of people, especially in the east of England, suddenly who have a completely different culture. They're speaking a new language, a Germanic language similar to those spoken on the continent. They're wearing different clothes. They have different religion, different lifestyles, different architecture, different everything. And so it makes sense that people said, well, that's likely to be mass immigration. However, that theory was proposed before it was possible to test the DNA in the graves. And they did. They tested DNA in graves in Sutton Hoo, which is like a typical early Anglo-Saxon community. And they found that apart from 4 people, that is basically a man and a woman and their 2 children who were slaves, they were basically a slave family, every single person at Sutton Hoo had the same ancestry as someone who lived in sort of West Wales in the north of Scotland and had been from the beginning. In other words, they were descended, they could be traced right back. You know what I mean? You know this idea, if you have 2 grandparents that were born in Britain, then you were descended from the people who built Stonehenge genetically. It was to do with haplogroups and things like that, which means that Anglo-Saxon was not a race of people. It was a cultural revolution. And there's also evidence in the language that the English has certain features that indicate that it was it started as a second language spoken by Celtic-speaking people. Celtic being the Brittonic language, which still exists today in the form of Welsh and Gaelic, was the principal language of the nation until English. But English, it appears, was adopted by people who already spoke that language, so they weren't immigrants. Oh, that's problematic, isn't it? That's very problematic, because it means basically that if you don't really get serious immigration at all into Britain until the mid-20th century, and you can understand why that's theory. It's there. It's in these 2 documentaries I do recommend, but you can understand why certain people don't want that shouted too loudly from the rooftops. Stephen says David Icke's forum was hacked about 6 weeks ago and has never been the same. In fact, Icke's whole website is a more basic one since he got taken off PayPal. I honestly, I don't check his website often enough. Although interestingly, someone shared my article on David Icke's website today. I was really pleased. I was really flattered. But I wrote an article about these people, these campaigning against anti-Semitism, as they're called. They were once again accusing David Icke of anti-Semitism, which is bullshit, absolute bullshit. And I had explained once again that they were basically committing an act of libel against David, and I suggested that David should contact his solicitor about the matter. Well, someone shared that article on davidicke.com, which is really good. I'm really pleased. I'm really glad I've helped there. But yeah, David's been banned from Facebook, banned from PayPal, banned from YouTube. It's happened all over. It's the great shutting is happening. It's really awful. Jays is mentioning something. My comment about the recent picture of the Queen, re the winter coat and summer. Yep, Jay, that is odd, isn't it? Because that was apparently taken in at the end of May, the last week of May, when we had very hot weather. Do you remember? Very hot weather, much hotter than it is now. And indeed, you could, as Niall pointed out to me when I suggested this might have been taken in winter. He said, no, that's summer. Look at the length of the shadows. Look at the leaves on the trees. And I said, yes, fair enough. But she's dressed in a big, thick coat. She's got a scarf around her neck. She's got a scarf around her head. And I thought, that's weird. Is that really a picture taken? Is it a contemporary photograph of her? If it's not, then why? Why haven't they used a contemporary photograph? Can't they take one now? She's supposed to be right now at Sandringham with Prince Philip, and they're sort of riding horses and things like that. So why? Why is that? Lee says, I also saw that Elizabeth, good one, is a descendant of the Prophet Muhammad. I don't know. Lee, I know she's a descendant of King Saud, for whom Saudi Arabia is named after. She's actually related to him. So she has her bloodline actually can be traced back to the ancient world. If Saud is related to Muhammad, then Elizabeth is related to Muhammad. I don't know. But that'd be interesting, wouldn't it? I mean, the interesting thing about the Prophet Muhammad is there was an interesting book I read that suggested that Islam was created by the Vatican, because they said it was a bit odd that this guy Muhammad was allegedly like a guy he lived in like a shepherd community in near Mecca, and he had this vision in a cave once of the archangel Gabriel or Michael, who gave him this showed him this golden book, and he wrote it down. And it became the Holy Quran. The idea of like a golden book in the supernatural world of information, it's you get that in like ayahuasca trips and things like that. But apparently, he then raised an army and took, and conquered 60% of the known world. Now, a guy who herded sheep in the outskirts of Mecca in the 5th century, raising an army, conquering 60% of the known world. How did he do that? How did a man like that achieve that? Doesn't make sense. This book, I think it was Ian Roswell, an Australian guy, I think, who wrote it. He brings some intriguing evidence to suggest that the whole thing came out of the Vatican. At the same time, the Bible was being edited by St. Jerome to create the Bible we know today, which basically Mary Magdalene and the bloodline of Jesus. It goes back to the Rennes Chateau mystery and things like that. At the same time that was being done, they were creating the Quran and Islam as well. It all came out of the secret society networks of the Vatican. So just like conventional mainstream Christianity, Islam was also created the same way. And it's intriguing. It wouldn't surprise me, actually, because the Illuminati create these. Apparently, there's the same symbolism you get in the Bible, like the numbers recurring, 40, 12, and things like that. They keep 7. These numbers keep recurring. You see the same thing in the Quran. Basically, it's written in code, just like the Bible is. It has a code, and I find that fascinating. If it's true, I mean, I don't know for certain, but it's true. Heidi says BitChute is better. Well, BitChute is freer, isn't it, Heidi? Yes, it may not have all the bells and whistles of YouTube, but it is. Speech is free, and I'm very much opposed to censorship. The Dalai Lapa is there. Hello, Dalai. How are you? Tinfoil Hat says Flynn knows everything. He knows. I think he may. What he has to know, we may hear more of as times come by. Viewing figures have gone up to 59. That's great. Cosmic Claire says Bolton is a troll. He is. I mean, the only reason he got into the Trump administration, Claire, was because probably someone threatened Trump again. You see, he's totally. I mean, how he became. Trump would never have willingly employed Bolton into his cabinet because Bolton is a never Trumper. He's pro-Israeli. He's attached to the neocons. He is absolutely not someone you want. I think Trump would have rather had David Froome than John Bolton any day. And John Bolton, of course, was kicked out. Eventually, Trump managed to get back control and get out of him. And now Bolton is spitting his dummy out, and he's been sitting in a dark room, crying his eyes out, writing furiously on a pad of paper to say how much he hates Trump. And these furious scribbles have now been turned into some kind of book, which is due to be published. Funny enough, it was due to be published after the 2020 election in November. But what do you know? It's been leaked beforehand. I wonder why. Stillskin, hello, how are you? Jay says, Ben, how do you see the next 4 months pre-election playing out? Oh, well, for that, Jay, I'm going to have to make an entirely new video, and I will. I'll be covering it in great detail. But basically, things are looking good for Trump. I mean, if you watch Styx Hexenhammer, things are looking up for him. I mean, if he can't lose. I say he couldn't lose. If this was going to be a fair election where people simply voting, obviously Trump would be re-elected. He's far more credible. And Biden is a nobody. He's just simply an object for people who don't like Trump to vote for, to say they don't like Trump. The man himself is a half-demented arse with a terrible background in the administration. He's basically Hillary Clinton 2.0, overdue for retirement. And of course, he can't win. He can never win. But this is one thing that Styx doesn't understand. There's no guarantee the election it's going to be an election. They're going to try not to make the mistakes. That is the deep state, the cabal, the Illuminati. They're going to try not to make the same mistakes that they made in 2016. They're going to do everything they can, everything, to get Trump out, and that includes all kinds of electoral fraud. So, I mean, I suppose the good side of it is they can't really depose Trump without making it obvious that they've done it extra constitutionally, because no one will believe that Biden won an election against Trump. No one will believe that. So I don't think they can win, Drake, because either Trump stays or he goes. If he goes, it's going to be obvious why he went, and everyone, the whole corruption is going to be so transparent. So, but I'll be covering that in more detail in a future video. Don't worry, I promise you, I will be dealing with this. Jane, a raid on gas. Yeah, I thought that's what it was. Jane, yeah, I don't know actually. But apparently, according to Heidi, Radionautica is a quantum psychic questing thing. Oh, I've not heard of that. Stiltskin is a bit late. Never mind. You can come and go at any time. It's like a pub. Splendid says Radon steeps out the granite rock. It was on the news when I was a kid in the southwest near Dartmoor, as it was approaching what was seen as dangerous levels. Yes, I hear it's particularly bad in the West Country. Yeah, Cornwall, I think, has been mentioned. Devon. I don't know what it's like round here. I don't. Tinfoil Hat has asked me about Nasara and Chasara again. I don't. I've heard those words, but I don't know what they mean. Where have I heard them? Steve says, Heidi, can you imagine Ben on Radionautica? Radionautica. If I find out what that is, I'll know what he's talking about. Donna Wellham, hello. Donna says, hi, Ben, back on again, hoping my signal will be okay. Donna, you were on the first live stream on Facebook, weren't you? Thanks you for joining that and commenting. Much appreciated. Welcome to the second live stream, which is going very well indeed. I think we're going to get another flick back to the bottom again. No. But welcome back. The Dalai... there we are. Nihilist Lives Matter says 99% of ME sightings are US black tech. What's ME? Dalai Lama says the very image fills me with a warm feeling of hope. Oh, right. Good. Are they from Tony Top in Kundalini range? Lee says I saw a black rectangle above Liverpool. All right. Dalai Lama says, who's trolling you, Ben? Damn those trolls, I say. Oh, Dalai, there are so many. I mean, there's like 5 different teams of trolls out to get me. I mean, they really hate. I mean, what I've done to make people hate me so much, I don't know. I really don't. But they do. There's the original Droik trolls. There's the anti-Larry Warren cult. And there's several others as well. Dalai Lama says, I once saw a Scouser in Fortnum and Mason. All right. Is that unusual? Woody Black says, completely unrelated, do you watch Rose of Dawn's channel? It rings a bell, Woody Black. I don't know. Rose of Dawn. Let's have a look. I'm not sure. Rose of Dawn. It rings a bell. I'm just going to satisfy my curiosity. Yes, I do. I recognise her now. Oh, she talks. Oh, right. Yes, she's a transsexual who is very sort of based and doesn't go along with the trans issues and things like that. Claire, Cosmic Claire. Have you heard of her? Yes, I know her now. Yes, I do watch her, and she's really. She takes on the SJWs and things like that, which means that she really annoys people because she's transsexual herself. She's kind of like a self-hating transsexual or auto-transphobe. Yeah. But yeah, I do know her. Yeah. All right. Mel O'Brien says, hey, Ben, Obama said to Jimmy Kimmel about disclosure, supposedly joking, the aliens won't let it happen. They exercise complete control over us. Oh, well, he said he sort of like rolling his eyes and sort of like, he was looking very evasive during that interview, wasn't he? Because Kimmel asked all of them about the aliens. And he sort of laughed it off. But, Obama was a complete fraud. He was an absolute shill. And Kimmel, there's one person in major US political figure that Kimmel has not interviewed so far about and discussed this subject is President Trump. And I do hope he will. I do hope he will. I think you're going to get a different answer. Certainly, if you watch the last video I did, or I think it was the last, the Trump on disclosure video, the Trump on Roswell video, he's likely to give a very, very different answer, I think. Jana says, "A Mysterious Middle East is a good YouTube site for all things mysterious." Oh, thanks very much, Jana, because we've had a Peaceful Roy talking about seeing UFOs in Iraq. I know they've been seen there. I've been seen everywhere. There's a very interesting, it's military gun camera footage, actually, of, or rather, as like a starlight scope, an infantry starlight scope, not like Air Force or anything, taken from the ground, of looks like some strange glowing disc-shaped object. It was captured by these soldiers in Iraq. Very interesting. Janet, I think she has a dead man switch. You're talking about Maxwell, ready to go, that will keep her alive. Janet, I mean, they may well weigh up the pros and cons, you see. I mean, it could be. I mean, you can understand why she would do something like that. Especially after Epstein was arrested, she may have taken like precautions to protect herself. On the other hand, she has a lot of people out there who can be very, very scared of her being alive. So they'll be weighing up the pros and cons of whether it's more damaging to kill her or more damaging to keep her alive. It's possible they may well take her out because what you could say dead is not as bad as what you could say alive. Peaceful Warrior says, "I'm still amazed they got her, to be honest." I am too. You know, I was like, I knew we keep hearing, oh, there's going to be a breakthrough, and this is going to be a breakthrough. The effect of the Epstein saga cannot go without its consequences. But then things sort of like dropped off, and I thought, well, maybe that's just going to be the end of it, and when people are going to go back to sleep. Several people were saying this, oh, people will forget about Epstein, and basically it'll just become another part of history that no one really cares about. But obviously this means there's life in the old dog yet. It means that basically this is still an ongoing process. It's still in flux. It still has energy to it. The fact that Maxwell's been arrested. So I think this should make us reassess and look forward and think, well, where could this go? I've got this light on my crown chakra. It's actually the light in this room, but more dragon juice, I think, required. I've nearly finished one bottle. I'll have to get another one. Have I got enough water left? Whoops. Let's see if I've got enough water. Yes, I have. Good. All right. Nihilist Lives Matter says, what odds would Will Hill give on Prince Andrew hanging himself in the US jail? Nihilist, you know, as many people have been saying online, they have a feeling his sweat glands have mysteriously, same way as the Queen, he will vanish, and we will hear that he's sort of like peacefully living his existence in some stately home somewhere. Nihilist says, if this video shows his sweaty pits, it's fake. Stillskin says, I'm into Bill Cooper at the moment. Well done, Skillskin. Yeah. Behold a Pale Horse is a really good book. Hour of Our Time radio shows. I think the archives are on YouTube now. You can listen to good old Bill Cooper, who interestingly was shot in a very, very mysterious, I think, incriminating circumstances. Just after 9/11, it was either just before or just after 9/11. I think it was just after, about a month after 9/11, October 2001. The Dalai Lama says, I think of Ben as a big, beautiful, big disclosure orb, like that one in The Sleeper and Woody Allen. Oh yes, they go like this. They go. They keep rubbing this big silver ball. Oh, it's so funny, that film. That's so funny. I mean, I know Woody Allen gets a lot of stick and he annoys people. I think he's certainly when they go, oh, and it sort of like gives them some sort of high. He goes, so it's just a jar of Marmite. No, that doesn't give that. Marmite doesn't give me that kind of high. But he goes, think about this though. About Woody Allen. He disguised himself. You've got to watch this movie. He disguises himself as a robot, and he has to pretend to be a robot. And he can't. Yeah. Bill Cooper gets it. Says Peach Four. Yeah, he's very, very interesting guy. And it's on SoundCloud, right? Yeah, good. His book's on SoundCloud. Is that his radio shows or his books? They're both very good. Funny enough, my idea for the Hapanmo radio jingle, which is the ambulance siren, was it really came from Bill Cooper, because of course Bill Cooper's radio show began with an air raid siren, and I thought, well, it's hospital porters against the New World Order, why not an ambulance siren? Tinfoil hat. They should tell people, look, you being lied to, and then say everything, lol, drop the red pills. Tinfoil hat, I honestly don't see any way they can avoid can you avoid red pills at the moment? It seems like everything's happening. Everything that is done to try and suppress the red pills just creates more of them. Every plan they bring on us just backfires. Look at the coronavirus thing has really woke people up. It's really incredible. It really feels like it almost feels like we got the magic touch at the moment. The post 2016 world it's almost like Midas-like. Everything we touch turns to gold. It's incredible. Pardon me. Diego Rivera says, Ben, did aliens create human civilization? In a word, yes. Although, if we're talking about the Illuminati era, that is from the rise of Sumer. I was thinking of Akkad because I'm really into Sargon of Akkad. I really like him, but it's that kind of area. Yeah. It's basically it was a non-human intelligence that was involved with it from the start. Basically from Atlantis, from the fall of Atlantis to the rise of Sumer, was basically the Illuminati's rise to power. It's its infiltration of human society, its corruption of that original pre-Illuminati civilization, and its destruction and eventual return in its present form. Now, I must say that Atlantis, in a sense, the aliens didn't create Atlantis. Atlantis and Lemuria and these other prehistoric civilizations were something different. I wouldn't say there were no extraterrestrials involved, but it wasn't the Illuminati, it wasn't the reptilians, it wasn't the Archons. The Dalai Lama says Trump is a lovely color these days. Trump, people take the mickey out of Trump, and he's funny. He is funny. He's a funny guy, but he's a great guy. He is one of the people, I think, in public view that I admire most in the world. He really is. Steve Palmer says Trump has already said he doesn't believe in aliens. Well, he said not particularly. That was interesting, wasn't it, Steve? I mean, Steve, I don't know if you've commented on the video I made about that, which was basically the last one I did, UFO Disclosure 2020 Trump on Roswell, where I addressed that very point. But it's the way, when he says not particularly, that's a bit non-committed, isn't it? I think that doesn't quite fit with someone who, he says no. He doesn't sort of say as David Cameron did when he was confronted by Richard D. Hall. Well, firstly he laughs it off as a joke, and then he says, well, I'm sure it's from what I've seen, people see strange things in the sky. 99% of them can be explained. I'm sure the rest of them will be when the time comes by. So Trump didn't say that. It's very rare you get people in high offices of state to comment on UFOs. This is why what Jimmy Kimmel did is so interesting. What Richard D. Hall did is so interesting and so important, to get these comments out of them. Now, when those comments came out of Trump, firstly, he wasn't that reluctant to give them, and he gave very, very non-committal answers. In fact, when he comes to Roswell, I mean, just watch the video if you haven't already, Steve. Post comments on there, because he said Trump says he doesn't believe in aliens. No, it's not that simple. Stiltskin says the Illuminati probably got the aliens wearing masks too. Oh, right. Well, I'm sure they'd like them all done up like Darth Vader, I'm sure. Tinfoil Hat says millions of stars and galaxies. It's silly to think no other species out there. Yeah, this was like the line from Contact, that film Contact. Carol Noonan did an interview with a horrible man the other day. This real dickhead, actually, who was a skeptic. I mean, the interview itself wasn't that bad. I mean, it was called the X Zone Radio. It was called. Guy from Canada. The interview itself wasn't that bad. I mean, he just delivers the usual skeptic talking points, which Carol does her best to counter. But at the end, when Carol's off the line, he can sort of like talk freely, like these cowards do. He says they'll do anything if they can make a buck out of it. And I thought, you twat. And I left a comment on the page saying, that's out of order. That really is out of order. But Carol brings up the film Contact, which is very interesting. I know it's about setting. It's not about UFOs, but it's worth seeing. It really is. The Dalai Lama says, as a 10th dimensional Illuminati chatbot, I can confirm that to be true. Oh, well, Dalai, I always had a feeling about you, I always had a feeling. Thanks for the confession. That's a Padmo TV exclusive, yeah. Fernanda 69. Seems that everyone in UFO circles are always arguing with each other, watching Rendlesham Forest instant documentaries. How can people believe stuff when they can't even agree with each other? Oh, that's a really, really that's a very common but very pertinent observation, Fenlander, because it's true, and no one's more frustrated by that than me. It just sometimes you come across these debates, and sometimes what some people say are wrong, and what some people say are not. And when it gets to the point where it's spreading confusion and leading people off the wrong track, or indeed being used to attack people I regard as good friends, I have to intervene. And Nihilist Matter says, Steve Palmer, Trump has already said he does not believe in aliens. Illegal aliens entering the southern border. Yeah. I haven't heard Trump say, build a wall around the earth. Keep those aliens out. Put them in cages in the ISS. Hey, Crafty Nihilist, how are you? Welcome. Heidi said, I think I'll put it to my BitChute too. Heidi, are you doing an experiment with the word BitChute? Because it does seem to be whenever you say the word BitChute, your comment is held for moderation. Stephen says, Parler is too posh for you, Ben. Is it, Stephen? I've not actually got on it yet. I mean, if I go on there and I find that they don't want scruff bags like me, then I shall politely leave with as much dignity as I can provide. But, I've got to get the damn thing to work first. It won't work. I can't get the interface to work on my desktop. Maybe if I do it on my phone, it'll work. Mel O'Brien says, Judy Wood's theory is nonsense. Energy weapon? When asked what it is, she can't answer. And the Rendlesham was a nuclear accident of some sort, covered up with UFO disinformation. Mel O'Brien, in a word, no and no. Judy Wood's theory is not nonsense. She actually does describe in great detail what it is. It's related to her work on the Hutchison effect. So it's not nonsense at all. As for the Rendlesham Forest being a nuclear accident of some sort, covered up with UFO disinformation. I mean, did you watch my last video, UFO Disclosure 2020 Trump on Roswell? Because I addressed this very point. You don't cover things up with UFO disinformation. It's like, I use the analogy of the bank robber. It's like if I was a bank robber and I had a stash of cash and I wanted to bury it somewhere, I dig, what do I do? Dig a hole by a tree underneath a big oak tree and drop it in and cover it over. What would I do then? Would I go away and leave it so no one could see it? Or would I put on my striped jersey and my cloth cap and the mask over my eyes, and I'd stand on the top of the hole where I'd covered it over, the mound of earth where I'd covered it over, whenever a police car drove past, and I'd wave a big placard in the air, and the placard says on it, "There's no money buried here, just unicorn bones." Which would you do, Steve? Which would you do? I mean, honestly, sorry, Mel O'Brien, apologies. It's not. You don't. Disinformation like that would only work if something had already leaked out. For example, I think that's what the alien autopsy was. But drawing people's attention towards something with the objective of deflecting it away, pretty pointless, I think. Watch the video. I'll explain in more detail there. Heidi says, Jews are real, no doubt. Yes, yeah. Dr. Judy is right, I think, on that. She is absolutely right. Stiltskin says, I watched a video where he said a comet 5 times the size of Jupiter is coming. How I laughed. Stiltskin, I can't see it out there, and I think we would. I can't. I think some astronomers would have picked it up by now if that was the case. Heidi has said something to Mel. Dalai Lama says, we've got all types of Jews here. Conservative Jews, liberal Jews, apple Jews, orange Jews. What does Jews mean? Are you American, Dalai? And Jews means something. I don't know. DW means something or other. Ravenhill, the Sword Merchant, 1968. Hello, how are you? Ben, have you heard of Wave X? I've heard the name. Is this something to do with gravitational waves or something? Mel O'Brien says, Andrew Johnson told me to do the same. I did. Where's the proof? Told you to do the same? Oh, you were addressing me? What did he tell you to do, Mel? Sorry, you could be replying to a comment I made like an hour ago. We've been going for an hour and 3/4, but we got 61 people watching. I'm not going to stop. 5G was made as a DW for a start. Yeah, I mean, well, I know that several people have disagreed with that. I mean, I honestly, Heidi, I don't know what to think about the 5G thing right now. I know several people have disputed this. I think it's certainly been used involved in some kind of covert surveillance network. I don't think it causes coronavirus symptoms. It may well be that it has some effect on us, though several people have been commenting on the videos lately explaining how that's not the case. I'm going to have to look into that. And Mel O'Brien says, don't forget the real dew, Mountain Dew. Oh, that's something people drink, isn't it? Is it Australian or is it American? Steve is saying something here. Oh, yes. Hey, Mel, send some of your good luck my way. It did the astronauts on the Demo 2 mission no harm. You never did. All right. This is SpaceX rockets blowing up all the time. Because I watched the Demo 2. I thought it was good, actually. Obviously, like, you know, my opinions on the space program and the secret space program. I was rooting for those 2 guys on the rocket, not to come to any harm, to get safely up to the ISS, and they did, and I'm pleased. And Denise Moore, hello Denise, how are you? Welcome. And Patricia Corey's there. Hello, Patricia. Nice to meet you. Patricia Corey, I met Patricia Corey once at Watford, and I'm glad you joined us here. I really am. Have you got your book? I've got your book here. Is it? Where is it? I've got it somewhere. But I read your book about the aliens, and it's interesting stuff. Yeah. The nice size matter. When I see Greer, I half expect him to flex his yes. I'm 64 years old and I can bench 46. I saw him live and he was like, I saw Richard Wright and I went to see him live in London at this theatre, and he was like strutting around like a bloody peacock. Dalai Lama said Robert Coxsmell was guilty of some of the most disturbing fruits and flabby woofs. I think that's from Blackadder, isn't it? But funny thing about Robert Maxwell, he supposedly died, and then there was all sorts of questions over his death. I remember that because this was when he was like we bought Oxford United and we did really well. It's like won the Milk Cup, got into the Premiership and stuff like that. Then he died, and then this is really embarrassing. But Oxford United broke the league record for demotions. We was like relegated one division per season, and that's never been done before. And we ended up like in the Vauxhall Conference or whatever it's called nowadays. And that was so embarrassing. And that was after Robert Maxwell died. And maybe he or whoever killed him put some kind of curse on Oxford United. Because there's rumours that a gypsy put a curse on Birmingham City, and this is why they could never beat Aston Villa and things like that. I don't know. But I know that sportsmen are very superstitious, footballers especially. DJ B2, hello, how are you? Stephen, I know you, Stephen's Truth Seeker, you understand the thing about Dr. Judy Wood. Stephen, I've still got this. You gave me that. Do you remember? You gave me that in Liverpool years ago, about 12 years ago. You gave me this DVD. I've still got it. That's the Hutchison Effect. Yeah, Mel, watch it. Watch This Is the Hutchison Effect and 9/11. It's a lecture by Dr. Judy Wood. And just, you'll see, she explains everything in that. She really does. Jay Matthews said, "What did you make of the solar storm in 2012 that's supposed to wipe us out?" It was a load of bollocks. It was a load of rubbish. I saw there was that guy Patrick Gerald was going on about it, and I saw him on Project Camelot, and I thought, this man's talking nuts. He's nuts. It's the whole 2012 thing. Well, I've covered it. I've just uploaded. Right, I've actually uploaded a few new videos to BitChute. They're BitChute exclusives, which are kind of like remastered, re-edited copies of my early videos I did on this channel. Some of them got a bit of extra material in them, and it's amazing when I look back at what I did, what I said back then, and what I've said since 2016. Nihilist Lives Matter. He's 100% on Rice. Well, he's certainly got a lot. I mean, he's thinking about it. Greer is like I do watch his stuff, and I find him interesting. He kind of got me into this years ago. He kind of got me into the whole disclosure thing. But I do have a problem with him. Not in terms of his work, but in terms of his manner and his personality. DJ Butcher says he's taken too many steroids. I don't know why. I don't know how he keeps that fine figure of his. Maybe he just works out. Stilskin says Dolan needs bodyguards to keep everyone off his wife. Oh, Tracy. Yes. Tracy, she's lovely, isn't she? She's really nice. She's fallen on his feet there, but she's also really interesting because she did this talk on remote viewing at the Manchester Awakening conference that I went to see. I mean, honestly, I didn't have a Hangar 1 ticket, and you don't need. I'll tell you what, I'm glad because there's so much good stuff in Hangar 2 I'm so pleased because I'd have missed if I'd gone into Hangar 1, I'd have missed all the Hangar 2 stuff, and Tracy Garbutt was one of them, and she was really interesting. Her talk on remote viewing was fascinating. I report on it in my video, on my reportage. Jason Brown, hiya. He's not human. You're talking about Greer? I don't think Greer's human. I mean, if he's some sort of reptilian, I've never seen him shapeshift. Nice Matter says he hires bodyguards so he can arm wrestle them backstage and they aren't allowed to win. Dalai Alpha says Dr. Stephen Rea can crack a walnut on stage, hands free. I won't ask you how, Dalai Lama. Is Stephen Greer not human, Jason? I mean, what is he then? Is he a reptilian? I mean, what is he? Mellow Brian says, Stephen, I did enough to see that the towers were brought down by controlled demolitions. Boom, 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 as the fireman said. You can see the squibs and the towers fall. Stephen, I know you are going to provide an answer for Mel, but let me do so as well. You probably already provided one. I see you have here. The boom, boom, boom thing, that was, well, a lot of that came from, what's his name? The guy who went on tour, the janitor guy. And there's some, I don't want to get all like, he's a shill, she's a shill, everyone's a shill, but What's his name? Rodriguez. What's his name? Yeah. I don't. That's something odd about that guy. And there's also the fact that the booming could be caused by the water systems, which is where you see the squibs. That ties in with the Hutchison effect, as John Hutchison observed in his laboratory. That could have been the explosions. Rodriguez is also. Is that his name? Oh, what's his name? He's also the cousin of Jose Alvarez, which is a bit odd because Jose Alvarez is the partner and business partner of James Randi. And I've done an entire video about that. You watch my skeptic video, and it's I don't want to get, like I said, I don't want to get everything's disinfo and everyone's a shill, but I'm wary of that, definitely. The Dalai Lama says, as a 12th dimensional Illuminati Dugpug gnome, I can confirm that Jizzstain is one of us. All right. The Dalai Lama, it's all coming out tonight, isn't it? Well, are you going to spirit her out of her prison cell before she gets questioned by the police? Is that what you're going to do? Okay, Mel is replying to Steve about the SpaceX rockets exploding. Yeah. They use a lot of CGI and they won't get out of low Earth orbit. Mel, I do. Obviously, if they say they're going to send someone back to the moon, you know what? I'll probably have something to say about that. As for the CGI, I don't know about that. Did you see that mouse that was crawling around on the rocket exhaust? Oh, that I don't think that was a mouse. I mean, the flatheads are going nuts about that one. Did you know there's this picture of the rocket? It's in orbit, and there's like a mouse crawling around on top of the engine nozzle. And it's like, oh my god, look, it's done in a studio. I don't think it is though. I'm glad you're here, Cosmic Clown. I'm glad you're here. Jason Brown says, chewing gum for the mind, theatre for the masses. The truth will be uncomfortably apparent soon enough. Believe me. I hope so. I hope so, Jason. And Stephen says quite rightly to Mel O'Brien, what turned the towers to dust then? The Cookie Monster. Yeah. Where did they go? Why was there only 20 feet? There's only 20-foot level of rubble. And before you say it all fell into the basement, no, it didn't. The fireman went down into the basement. You can see most of it is there's very little rubble in the basement. So where did it go? Where did 1 million tons of concrete and steel go to? Where did the towers go? Is of course the title of Dr. Judy Wood's book. And Claire was talking about the Angevin Empire, yeah, it included half France, Aquitaine, Anjou, Normandy, and more. That's it. Yeah, is that maybe that's relevant to Greg Hallett? I don't know. Still consider. I wonder if Fred and Rose supplied Epstein's Island. Oh yeah, that's the Wests. It's interesting actually that they did get away with what they did. Yeah. The Dalai Lama says dropping bombs on Armitage Shanks. The toilet manufacturers. Why is that? Oh, right. Peaceful Warrior says you were dropping bombs, Ben, UFO bombs. I certainly dropped a few, haven't I? Yeah, over the time. In fact, a lot of my channel is a UFO bomb. Oh, it slipped to the bottom again. We have a bottom slip again. There we go. Up we go. Up we go. Up we go. There we go. Oh, how many? Oh, dear me. There's a lot of comments here. I might have to we've now been going 2 hours. I don't want to stop if you don't want to stop. I mean, you've still got 56 people watching, but will I be able to get through all these? Here we go. Right. I found my place. Alien Biker says, Ben, try UFO ale. You could practice on that until the big one comes. Oh, well, I've got this. UFO White. That's an export, that is. That's crisp, light-bodied, orange peel and coriander flavoured beer. of some kind. I don't know if you can see that. Does it fit in the lights? Maybe a bit much for it, but that was very nice. So maybe, yep, I'll try some of that. That'll keep me tied over. The Dalai Lama says, we are post-truth in this chat, 911. We've gone full Bassett. Yes. Good old Steve Bassett. Oh, yeah. Mellow Brian says, my direct answer, Geoffrey Mandeville, lived in the White Tower with King William. The Mandevilles moved to Ireland in the 12th century and lived at Ballydoyle Castle temporarily for 700 years. Oh, well, Mel, so you're aristocracy, are you? Oh, you sure you're not the king? The Dalai Lama. Is that true, Stephen? Did someone poo-poo you? And Stephen says, there's lots of poo-pooing going on. Are we going through old Blackadder lines? Zythantiop says, Ben, has W.H. Smith stopped stocking Nexus magazine? As I can never find it. Also, is I Spy magazine worth subscribing to? I haven't checked Zythantiop because I subscribe to Nexus by mail order, so they just deliver it to me. Last time I went into a W.H. Smith was about a year ago, and I saw it on the shelves. When I next go to a W.H. Smith, I will check, and if that shouldn't be, I'll probably go to the one in Leeds again because I'm going back to Newcastle to Truth Seekers North East at the end of the month, and I will check. I promise you, I will check. As for I Spy magazine, I don't know that one. Not read it. The Dalai Lama says, I've recently subscribed to Black Wives Matter, Booty Tuesday Street. Oh, I have actually watched that one, Dalai, but I haven't subscribed to it yet. I think the what you get on the free pages is quite good enough for me, I'll tell you. Where are we now? Mellow Bright says, the two UFOs that I've been within yards of look like plasma, not metallic craft. We're being mistaken. Well, Mel, yeah, you brought this up before. What the UFOs you've been within yards of, and I don't disagree. I don't dispute what you're saying, but to project your experience onto the entire UFO phenomenon is I think false. You shouldn't do that. You're talking about your own experience. There may be other kinds of UFO. Alien Biker says, BLM, Ben's live stream matters. Oh, yes, indeed it does. Dialist lives matter. In 500 years' time, the academics will say QE2 was black. Even I hope they will say that she was a reptilian and she'll be exposed for what she is. That if things go well. If they don't, well, of course, well, I don't think there will be any academics because we'll just be like epsilons from Brave New World. But of course, there's a lot of talk about them saying they're going to say Shakespeare was black and things like that. Pull down the statues, say Shakespeare was black, etc. and things like that. The tinfoil hat says, Nasara and Gasaras basically ends poverty and releasing cures and lots more. Going back to the gold standard, there was a few groups on Facebook with information. Clinton signed it into law before he left office. Oh, right. Oh, I don't know why Bill Clinton would do that. I mean, he seems to be against all those sorts of things, but I will have a look at it with more because it sounds interesting. Because it sounds what you've just said sounds interesting. The Dalai Lama says, I can see. All right, you're devoted. I see you're a devoted follower. Oh, talking about warrior. Okay. On an unrelated note, Nigel Forage is a chain-smoking testicle with an opinion. Well, firstly, what's his opinion? And is he wrong? If he's wrong, why is he wrong? Firstly, he's not a... If you're trying to say that he is a part of a body and is chain-smoking, is his smoking... Obviously, he's a heavy smoker. Is that habit related to whether he says is true or not? This is the question. Because for example, if a chain-smoking mathematician said 2 + 2 = 4, would it mean that 2 + 2 does not equal 4? Oh, Hugo Rood hates it when I keep using this analogy, but I can't think of a better one. It's straight out of 1984, and I love it. That's the question. And Steve is talking about SpaceX again. We can't earn a poverty hat. Where am I? Okay. My love interest if we end poverty. I don't know what you mean. Sorry. Mm. Mel is calling Steve Palmer an arsehole. Steve will probably give as good as he gets. Stephen says, no one has poo-pooed me, just in general. Oh. Lives Matter says, they have the same ancestry because the Lord fucked all his serfs. Oh, is that right? Diego Rivera, do you like the full English, Ben? Oh, yeah. Yeah, especially with the with hash browns. It's very nice. Claus McClare, Francis Pride did a documentary on how the Anglo-Saxons weren't an invasion over 10 years ago. Interesting, Claire, yeah, because that is the premise of Britain BC and Britain AD. Very good documentaries that talk about this. They cover the period of Britain from basically through the first millennium BC into the first millennium AD, and they talk about things like, for example, that when the Roman Empire ended, farming continued, which means there wasn't some big collapse. It was all very sedate, and there was the handover basically of power to the Vortigern and the king and the various mercenaries that he had was a very civilized matter, and indeed Britain remained civilized after that. So yeah, but you can, Claire, I'm sure you understand why it's such a touchy subject, why so many people don't want it to be true. The reasons what they don't want to believe that the Anglo-Saxons were not a product of mass migration. They really don't like the idea that people. Firstly, you hear this, the people use the word Celtic. Hugo Rune will have a lot to say about this. Well, Celtic simply refers to a family of languages, just like Semitic does, but we use it to refer to a race of people, but we do it incorrectly because it suggests there's major racial differences between the constitute nations of the British Isles when there's not. And indeed, the race, the DNA in the graves, the DNA in the grave evidence suggests it's even less differences than we thought. In other words, a person whose ancestry is in Kent pretty much has the same background as a person whose ancestry is in Gwynedd. There's unlikely to be any significant differences between them, because there may be, but it's not because one is in Kent and the other is in Gwynedd. Peaceful Warrior says, how dare you tell the truth, Ben? How very dare you? Oh, indeed, yes. People have been saying that to me for a long time. They've been giving me the Catherine Tate line. How very dare you? Telling the truth, you? How very dare you? I've never been so insulted. Mel O'Brien says, this is Mel O'Brien and Steve Palmer again having a good old chin wag here. The Dalai Lama. There's still all this talk about poo again. Honestly. Hugo Rune. Palestine is Semitic, so is Israel. Actions there are anti-Semitic. Yeah, Hugo, I think I anticipate you basically gave the same reply. Because I think you anticipated probably what because this subject's come up before, and I anticipated kind of what you're going to say. Indeed, Semitic. I think when we use the word Semitic, it's often associated with Jews and Judaism when it shouldn't be. In the same way as Celtic is associated with Scots, Irish, Welsh, etc., and it shouldn't be. Well, at least if it's used wrongly, it's an arbitrary adjective. But it's misleading because it implies there's a major difference with these places, which is whether you're using Semitic or Celtic, which is not just cultural or linguistic. It is racial, and it's not. It's not. I mean, Peace Warrior. Okay, no Queen wave here. Is this some joke about Freddie Mercury? I don't get it. Okay, Mel and Steve are arguing still. Fenlander says, I love it when people row. Diego Rivera says, "Have you heard of the golden shower, Ben?" Yes, but I don't think YouTube would allow me to go into too much details about it here. But that's going back to the Black Lives Matter website again, isn't it? Yeah. Cosmic Claire, how did the Vatican have the power to direct Islam in the 6th or 7th century? Not convinced. Oh, Claire, I wish I could. I wish I could find that book. I'll try and let you know if I find the source book. I will find out about it. I'll let you know. Okay. It was many years ago I read it. Peaceful Warrior said, "I tried a wee bit of DMT in my time. I wouldn't recommend doing it if you're babysitting." Oh, definitely not. But I think what Terence McKenna said, if you want, if a drug's done you good, if you never want to take it again, he said. Okay, Mel and Steve are arguing still. Cosmic Claire says, Islam rose at the time of the weakest point of the West. It could be that. I mean, Claire, it could be that it was simply that it was just pure luck that Muhammad was in the right place at the right time. And, of course, sometimes the little man, the downtrodden, or the unknown peasant can make decisions, and sometimes those decisions can have undreamt of effects. It could be that. I wish I could. I wish I could find the details of that. Yeah, I've tried Thai food tea, but never DMT. All right, tea. Yes. So, Santos, Ben, are you advocating the use of ayahuasca? Well, a little legal disclaimer: I would never, ever advocate the use of Class A inhibited products. But I've read Graham Hancock's book, and I've read Greg Strassman's book, and I know there are ayahuasca retreats you can go to, which are completely legal, and they are well controlled, and they're professionally done. And you can go to the Amazon jungle to get it done, but you can also go to other places. There's one in Ireland that I've been talking about going there with somebody. I don't know. I'm not sure. It may be something if I feel the need to go, I will go. Diego Rivera said the latest Economist magazine has a cover predicting future events, including an asteroid strike. Oh my goodness, is it? Let's have a look. Because I mean, was it? It was actually Werner von Braun who said the one before the last card would be the asteroid. So look, the Economist magazine images. See, let's have a look. Well, I can't see it. I'm just going through the various. I'll just go to the actual website and have a look. The Economist magazine. Where's the covers? I can't see it. All right, I'll take your word for it, man. I'll take your word for it. Cosmic Classic. Trump always uses his enemies like jiu-jitsu. He's very good, actually. I mean, he does. He has a lot of people against him, and the fact that he can fight back is fantastic. Jay Matthews says, I did DMT last summer. It was like going back to school, very profound and loving. That's interesting, Jay. I'm interested you had that experience. It may be something I actually do need at some point. I'll wait until I'm called for it. I will. Dalai Lama says, no, Ben is advocating the use of Junior Disprin A. I used to take that, all the time. Diego Rivera, Michael Bolton, great singer. He is. He really is, Yep. He's got some great songs. Steel bars wrapped all around me. Yeah. When I'm back on my feet again. Oh, all right. This is not karaoke night. No, lives matter. If only PewDiePie switched to B. Oh, you can't. You see, if you say the word, I'm not scared to say BitChute. YouTube don't like it because they're free speech and YouTube are not. I'm going to say that. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what PewDiePie is. I've never watched PewDiePie seriously. I've never found him very interesting. I know he's a massive YouTuber, the biggest one ever. He sometimes makes very politically incorrect jokes, and I respect him for that. But I've never really taken much interest in him. Cosmic Claire says Trump is using the stupidity of the far left against the Democrats. He's a genius. Yeah. Do you remember that? Oh, it was like he. What was that? What was the details? I think we actually talked about it when I interviewed you, Claire. That he really completely he forced the Democrats. Sticks made this point. He forced the Democrats into defending. I think it was one of the real hardheads. I think it was Ilhan Omar or Alexandria, occasionally Curtius or whatever her name is. He's kind of he forced the Democratic Center to defend these really unpopular people. He is a genius. He is a genius. I mean, for a man who's never been in politics before, he's so good at it. Maybe it's the fact that he's a fresh pair of eyes that he is, because it's like that line from Gladiator. But you, Maximus, you have not been corrupted by Rome's politics. You see, it's like that, isn't it? Yeah. Maybe it's it. He's not been corrupted. That's why he's so good at it. Because he's intelligent, and because he hasn't been corrupted, he can outmaneuver them. Peaceful Warriors and Jay has asked Jay about his ayahuasca thing. David Schultz. Hello, David. How are you? Greetings from Maine, Ben. Food for thought as follows. Hell is empty and all the devils are here. William Shakespeare. I could well believe it. Yeah. That's rich. Because I think they are. I think they've risen. And they've embodied themselves in various people. And it's all we've got to do is we've got to send them back to hell. That's what we've got to do. Cosmic Claire says Trump will win. It's what he does. Claire, I really am. I like yourself. I'm very confident in his abilities. What's more, he's already taken the necessary first step. What did he get fact checked for on Twitter, Claire? Do you remember? He said postal votes are an ingredient in election rigging. And that's what they fact checked him for. Of course, fact checking is just a way of saying, we've got an opinion and we're going to call it a fact. And there we are, checked it, which is lost his load of rubbish. I wrote an article about this at the time. But he says, the possibility of electoral fraud is real. That's the first president ever to say that. But he said that the fact there's someone in California said, they want the November election to be all postal ballots only. Which, of course, you know what that means, doesn't it? We've talked, what they did in 2016. Postal ballots are a electoral fraudster's best chances. They're their dream. And this is why they can't be allowed. This is why any attempt at electoral fraud has to be exposed. Everybody on the Trump campaign has to be on their guard against this. Because let's face it, it's the only way they can get Biden into the White House. No one's going to vote for him. Well, only idiots will vote for him. And funnily enough, idiots are still a minority in the United States. So they're going to have to fake it into the White House. But Trump will expose them. I'm confident he will expose them too. Dalai Lapa says, I would never want to go back to school, MMA. I couldn't face fluffing the PE teacher again. Oh, Dalai, did you have one of these PE teachers who stares at you when you're in the showers? Ugh. Oh, God, I hated that. I really did. Jay says, I hope Trump wins. I really do, Claire. Me too, Jay. He will win fair and square, no doubt about it. But the question is, obviously, we're up against people who don't play fair and square, and that's what. So what's that? I'm sure Trump is tackling that. Indeed, he is. His tweet was all about that. Diego Rivera, Trump is an orange Zionist puppet. No, he's not, Diego Rivera. We've been through that. I think I've commented on Diego Rivera's talk about Trump being Zionist, whatever, so many times. Cosmic Claire says he has to take them down. Nice, yeah. And I think that's what I think he's going to do. I am confident. Despite my misgivings, I am confident about this. Cosmic Claire says there was talk of Nasara as the cancellation of debt back in 2012, unsubstantiated. Yeah, I'll have to look into this. I've not heard of it, Claire. I've not heard of it. Peaceful Warrior says, I miss school. Nowhere else would you see Fat Barry score an own goal in a basketball. Talk about a trip. Is that one of your schoolmates? Peaceful Warrior, I absolutely loathed school. I hated it. It wasn't until years after I left that I realised how bloody awful, what an bloody awful place it was, and how bad my experience at school was. Zaytan Chop says, what do you think about the rumours that Tucker Carlson will run in 2024? I don't know. I mean, he seems to be quite a good guy, actually. Cosmic Claire says, I'd like to try DMT, but I'm not sure my health would take it. It's a big step, you know. It's a big, big step. TTFN says, Nasara Kasara videos on my channel, guys. For some reason, a lot of Heidi's comments are being put into moderation. I don't know why that is. Felander says, we wouldn't need disclosure if someone had proof, us saying. Well, proof is the point. I mean, proof could come through many, many different channels. What I suspect is happening, something might happen which might maneuver the government into a position when they can't maintain the cover-up anymore. This is what Bryce Zabel and Richard Dolan said in their book, AD After Disclosure. Cosmic Claire, Rose of Dawn is an anti-trans activist transsexual. Yeah, I thought you might have heard of her, Claire. Yeah, she's very good. I really like what she says. I'm looking forward to reading your book, by the way. How's that getting on? I've got to interview you about your book when it comes out. Preacher Bear. Hello, that's an interesting name. All the unknown flying stuff is either built by us using fallen angel tech, or it's the fallen themselves. Well, the idea that UFOs might be like angels, demons, it's explored in AD After Disclosure, and indeed that's a possibility. It's definitely a possibility. Heidi, you're going to drop links to me. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Cosmic Claire, Rose is base. She's been on trigonometry. Oh, I like trigonometry. They're good. Trigger as in being triggered. Nometry. Watch a YouTube channel. They're really good. They do interviews with Sargon of Akkad and people like that who are really like based and really anti-SJW. It's fantastic stuff. Woody Black, she does streams with Blair White. All right, yeah, I like Blair White's quite cool actually because she's another of these anti-trans activists. In other words, trans themselves but critical of trans culture, which is good because they have a credibility that probably a non-trans person wouldn't have. I think this is why the left hate Candace Owens so much, because she's on our side when it comes to this sort of thing. But they're sort of going, but how can you say these things? You're not white. And all the usual talking points fall away because they can't say, you're a privileged white male. Like that horrible Harridan in the Question Time audience said to Lawrence Fox. They can't do that with Candace Owens. It drives them nuts. These people, it's like the feminists, the anti-feminist women. The feminists hate them. I mean, much more than the anti-feminist men. I mean, they hate, for example, they hate Judgy Bitch. I can't remember what her real name is. They hate her much more than they hate Sargon because she's a woman. She's not supposed to be against feminism, even though if only 12% of women today identify themselves as feminists, probably a larger proportion of those women will identify themselves as positively anti-feminist. They banned Alison Tiemans, from the Honey Badgers people from the Comic-Con. It was awful what these feminists will do. Disgusting. The Dalai Lama says, I'd like to try walnut whips fresh from Melania Trump's primary cleft clad. Well, I can guess what that means. And she said, I wouldn't say like a thing like that about the First Lady, but she is a lovely lady. She's an absolutely lovely lady. And I respect her enormously. And she and the God Emperor are very much in love. She's the God Empress. And I'm glad she's got herself a good man, which is what she deserves because she's a good woman. Cosmic Clay says auto transfer. Yes, auto. I've got to copyright that word because, well, I don't know. I'm only kidding. You feel free to use it. You don't have to credit me, but I love it. Yeah, auto transphobe. Mellow Brian says, I'm afraid I believe Larry Warren until I read Left at East Gate. He said he has a photo of an alien. Where is it? Mel, please don't. Really, if you've read Left at Eastgate, why do you disbelieve Larry from that? Are you sure you haven't been influenced by the trolls? If you go into more details, I mean, I've done videos about Larry. Larry's been in my videos. I did a video, Larry Warren in Rendlesham Forest in 2017. Check that out. Nihilist Lives Matter says, auto-transphobe males with shaved thighs. Steve Palmer is advising Heidi and I not to try Radionautica. Stephen Truthseeker, Obama was a Satanist. Yeah. Splendid Isolation. It's like Obama's rustled up birth certificate is fake. Yeah. See, the birthers were a bit of a joke. They were like one of these political novelties, but it's true. I mean, the Satoro documents. It's his face on the Satoro documents. It's not. It doesn't say Barack Obama. It says Barry Satoro. Yeah, and the thing is, when he was born in Hawaii, I mean, Hawaii actually wasn't one of the United States. It was actually at the time it was a United States Trust territory, which then became the 50th state. But I don't. It's not sure. The Dalai Lama says shaved thighs are a sure sign of ascension. All right, that's me. That's me condemned. I'm beyond redemption. Then Dalai Lama, aren't I? I'm fallen. Oh. Stephen says Neil Hager saying Ghislaine Maxwell is dead already. Stephen, well, it didn't take. I mean, it only took them. It took them a couple of months to finish off Epstein. Maybe they have decided that Ghislaine has to go sooner. If she was, it's a point that Neil Haig is a good guy. I like Neil Haig. I've read his books about art and things like that. If she died, would they tell us? If they can cover up the Queen's death, they can cover up hers. Peaceful Warrior and Jay Matthews are having a good conversation here. I won't disturb them. Oh, this doesn't matter. Jack Ruby was spotted outside Epstein's cell. Yes. And Epstein's cell overlooked the grassy knoll, didn't it? Yeah. Dalai Lama says, I've been drinking Base's bitter. I didn't know there was such a thing. Maybe Miles is brewing. He's started homebrew. I don't know. Mellow Bright says weed is better than DMT. I'll take your word for it. The Dalai Lama says filled with only the purest filtered Johnston juice. All right. Does that have that black goo in it? Stephen says, Ben, your DVD CD collection tower is growing. It is indeed. Stephen, do you remember I did a video about the DVDs I have and a couple of VHSs I still have, even though I've got nothing to play them on, but I keep them because they're the old David Icke ones. And I can't bear to throw them away because they were so formative for me. But yeah, it's I've got a few more since I last did that video. Maybe I should do an update. I don't know. Mark Crane, what's in the dragon juice, Ben? Yes. Well, just a bit of lemon. It's water with a tiny bit of lemon cordial. I have it quite weak. Slightly flavored water, basically. Heidi, thanks very much. I will. I'll check that out. Much appreciated. Heidi's just contacted me on Facebook with something interesting. The Dalai Lama says, yes, he brandished a gun at law enforcement officers, Ben. Yeah. Did he that's right. Did he go back into the left? Did Epstein's head go back into the left when he fell and the noose closed around his neck? Will Ghislaine Maxwell be sort of sitting in the right place in the car? I don't know. Stephen says Cooper was shot on his land. He was shot in his back garden. They said he was armed, but the fact of the matter is there was a shotgun propped up against the porch of his back door. But Cooper himself was hiding behind his car at the other end of the driveway, so he wasn't armed. He was not armed. Dalai Lama says, "You're our disclosure.org, Ben." Oh, bless you, Dalai. Disclosure.org, I think that's Michael Salla, isn't it? I'm flattered. I'm absolutely flattered. I mean, I love Michael Salla. I think he's brilliant. Yeah. Dalai Lama says, "Behold a pale horse's arse." I think that's a skeptic article about how awful people like us are, you know. Heidi says, "Oh, right. Oh, Heidi's got it on her channel. Oh, cool. The audiobook, brilliant." So Fancy Up says Bill Cooper was a mixed bag. I didn't agree with everything he said. I think he got UFOs wrong, I think, quite badly, even though he was inspired to do what he did from a UFO sighting that he had at sea. He saw basically a USO coming out of the water, a very big one. He said it was the size of an aircraft carrier. He was then given he was actually on a submarine. He was a sailor on a submarine. When the submarine got back to port, he was basically hauled into an office and given a grilling by these suited guys with sunglasses, the usual thing. So I found out Jordan Maxwell is Bill Cooper on acid. Jordan Maxwell goes way beyond Bill Cooper. Oh, it's a bit. The Dalai Lama says, "I've lost the color code. What's the red pill again?" Oh, Dalai, it's the ones you've been taking, mate. Various ones you've been taking. Mellow Bright says, "Don't believe a word I say. I'm a liar. I never spoke to Dr. Hynek about my C5. There was no UFO landed 50 yards from my house. Judy Wood is a saint. Steve Palmer caught me. Sorry, Steve." I know you're being sarcastic, Mel, and there's no need for it. I mean, I know this is part of your argument with Steve. That's fair enough. But, I don't disbelieve you about what you said. I really don't. I just think you I think you're wrong about some aspects of the UFO phenomenon and 9/11, but I don't disbelieve your experiences, including talking to Dr. J. Allen Hynek. That's great. Splendid Isolation says, "You have a great radio voice, Ben." Thanks, Splendid Isolation. Great radio face as well, many people tell me. Peaceful Warrior. That's what Amy Winehouse's boyfriend used to say when she walked into the room. "Behold the pale horse." Oh dear. Poor Amy sadly is no longer with us to be offended by that. I can't help laughing at that. Poor Amy. Oh, she was another member of the 27 Club, another great singer, songwriter. Sadly left us at an early age, like so many of these geniuses do, don't they? 27 again, like how many others? Jimi Hendrix. How many others were there? My daughter knows because she's really into that sort of thing. I'm glad you're all right, Heidi. I know you were ill for a while. Stephen says, "Has anyone seen the Ancient Aliens series?" Yeah, I've not seen all of it, Stephen, but I've seen some of it, and I quite like it. Nihilism Life Matter says the red pill is one not to take before a date. Absolutely nihilist. I mean, I've been in that situation many times. This is why, I'm very. This is why I'm probably one of the reasons I'm still single is because, I could, if I could go out, I could dress myself up, I could make myself look nice, and go out and get a date if I wanted to with a woman who lives in the local area, but. You sit there and you're talking, and it's like, yeah, what did you do on your last holiday? What's your favorite TV show? All these other things. What's your favorite food? And we go through all that, What's your favorite color? What's your favorite season? And then that moment arrives that you've been dreading. Look, all right, we've been through all the usual stuff. Now I've got to tell you about the aliens and the reptilians and the underground bases and all the other things that I'm obsessed with. And she goes, is that the time? I better be off. Nice to see you, Ben. I'll call you. And out the door like a greyhound out the trap. Yes, I think if you want to go on a date, you have two choices, right? You can either find yourself somebody who's on the same level as you. And it's easier for women than it is for men, because basically women can have their pick, because they're only about 20% of this community. Or you keep your mouth shut and pretend to be something you're not. And that's difficult if you're with someone you love. I mean, I've been watching Different Loyalty. That's a good film. It's about Kim Philby, the spy, because I've been researching espionage and things like that, because basically it's an important plot element of my new novel that I'm writing at the moment. And he was married 3 times, and the first 2 wives he had didn't know he was a spy. And in fact, there's a book I've just ordered it, actually, The Spy I Loved by Eleanor Philby. That's his second wife, because he actually defected to Russia when they were both in Beirut. He was actually a journalist, and she was living with him in Beirut, and he buggered off one night and ended up in the Soviet Union. Of course, this was a big shock for her, wasn't it? I mean, she was an American woman. She was grilled by the FBI because they thought she was a spy as well, things like that. So yeah, I mean, it's not nice being. So in a sense, I would be like that man if I in that situation, pretend, just biting my tongue and not saying a word about any of these things. Which means that my partner wouldn't actually be. She wouldn't actually be with me. She would be with a false version of myself. So that's the dating advice for truth dating, red pill dating, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, I'm a god, blimey. Do you remember that video I made with that letter I had from that guy? Oh god, it was awful. Originally I only put it up on VidMe because it was so embarrassing. I have put it up on YouTube now, and it's on BitChute. But VidMe's gone, isn't it? Of course. Yeah. Yeah, Heidi, it's a shame. Heidi, you were at Manchester. That's the last time I saw you, and it was cancelled, wasn't it? Bloody hell. And Jay said, good times. I was there. Yeah, I saw you there, Jay. I saw Heidi. I saw Colin Wolford, and it was a fantastic event, and it's so sad there wasn't one this year. I hope there'll be one next year, because it was so good. It was so good. Peaceful Warrior says, does anyone else think it's weird that Ancient Aliens is on the History Channel? What are they going to make of that in 50 years? It could be real history by then, Peaceful Warrior. Maybe that's why they're doing it. Maybe that is why Project Blue Book was on the History Channel, although it's not anymore. As I said in my last video, it's homeless at the moment, but it's probably going to be snapped up by something else pretty soon. Heidi says, Trump's latest statement opening the doors for disclosure officially. I am told I cannot tell about Roswell, but it's interesting. Yes, indeed, Heidi. Did you see my last video? Trump on Roswell. Do watch it if you haven't already, because I go into that in detail. It's absolutely fascinating. The Dalai Lama said, I think it was Roy Cohn who said best, Trump pisses ice water. Oh, my God. He is. He's absolutely very self-possessed man. Thoroughly rational. I think, maybe it was years and years of doing business deals of various kinds that gave him those skills. Nihilist Lives Matter. Didn't Cameron infer Peter Mandelson was an alien? As a joke, as a joke, Nihilist, when he was confronted by Richard D. Hall at a hustings. It was very good, actually. Watch it. It's on the Rich Planet channel, where Richard goes up to him and says, he brings up Edgar Mitchell as credibility, as being the 6th man who was on the moon, or wasn't. Doesn't matter for this particular point, because he just wanted to say that Ed Mitchell just was talking about UFOs. And he says, when you're Prime Minister, will you lift the veil of secrecy that covers UFOs? And Cameron goes, I told you I didn't plant the questions. Yes, I think there is an alien, and I think I think it is definitely the Trade Secretary, Peter Mandelson. And then Richard's chastised him for making a joke about it, because of course it is a serious matter. We've had enough laughs told about this. And then, of course, Cameron gives him the standard answer that Trump didn't. Splendid says, Bill Cooper lost credibility with me when he was stating that the Secret Service was limo driver turned around and shot Kennedy. I mean, he could be fooled into that by the Zapruder film. What else was it? Oh yeah, that was Greer. Interesting, Martin Greer, no relation to Stephen Greer, I don't think, was the driver of the Lincoln convertible. And there's one segment of the Zapruder film when you zoom in, it looks almost as if Greer suddenly turns around with a pistol in his hand and opens fire. And that's the moment when Kennedy's head goes back into the left. It's obviously not. When you look at it more closely, you can see it's simply a trick of the light. Greer didn't turn around. Now, of course, people say, well, Greer couldn't do that if he was driving. But he could if, obviously, it's technically possible. Sorry, my nose is itching, which happens when I'm talking. It's technically possible for Martin Greer to have been the shooter, because if he was under MK Ultra, he could have done it. People under MK Ultra act so quickly. There's even official declassified videos now of people being programmed, mind controlled, to see how quickly they can respond. It's possible someone could be driving one moment and suddenly go boom and go back to the wheel like that. But when you look at the Zapruder film more clearly, you can see it's a trick of the light. And I think that's one of the things that Cooper got wrong. I mean, he didn't lose credibility for me. I mean, he didn't. But not completely. But obviously, this was a mistake he made. Hugh Jarso. Hey, Hugh, how are you? Are you ready for your vaccine? I'm ready to say F off if you try to give me a vaccine. The Dalai Lama said, Mandelson is an alien. He is from the Cleft constellation. Well, I don't know where he is specifically from the universe, but I don't think he's human. I mean, they call it, his nickname was the Prince of Darkness. He was he was like, he wasn't chairman of the Fabian Society. He was very high up in the Fabian Society, along with Tony Blair, Ed Miliband, etc., Mel O'Brien says to Steve Palmer, getting facts wrong doesn't make someone a liar, merely wrong. Correct. Okay. And Mel, I know you're talking to Steve there, but you're absolutely right there. Peaceful Warrior says, last shot in the JFK came from behind the wall on the grassy knoll. Look up, the badge man guy was dressed as a cop. Yeah, it was. There was one. Someone was in the records building on Houston Street. That's what was the best material. The stuff from Jim Mars. I think there was one shooter from one of the marksmen was in the records building, which makes more sense than the school book depository, because if Oswald was the only shooter, he was in the window at the school book depository. Why didn't he shoot Kennedy when Kennedy was driving up Houston Street towards him? It's a much easier shot because there's no lead. You don't have to. You're not dealing with a moving target because the target's moving towards you. So for all intents and purposes, it's almost like shooting at a stationary object. Whereas when Kennedy was driving away down Dealey Plaza, Lee Harvey Oswald was essentially had to give him about, it was 88 yards, and I think it was worked out as 2 feet lead. So he had to basically aim the weapon slightly ahead of Kennedy. I think 2 feet, because simply the time it takes the bullet to travel from the muzzle of the weapon to the target. Whereas on Houston Street, that wouldn't have been a problem. I think it makes much more sense. There was a shooter in the records office and another shooter at the grassy knoll, where you say behind the wall, yeah. And witnesses report that. Witnesses report hearing gunfire from that direction. Witnesses report hearing a ta-ta-ta sound like a rapid-fire weapon. Not the bloody Mandaka Carcano bolt-action World War I rifle that Oswald had. This little mail-order thing he had. Mel O'Brien says, Bill Cooper was getting close to something or they wouldn't have shot him. Yeah, I think, yes, he was taken out, I think, because of 9/11. He was killed a month after 9/11, and I think they didn't want him talking about it. Think what would have happened if he'd been around during the rise of the 9/11 truth movement. So Thanchup says there's a good book about Bill Cooper called The Pale Horse Rider. I've not read it. I've read Behold a Pale Horse, but not that. But, I mean, yeah, Bill Cooper, fascinating chap. And we've been going for 2 3/4 hours, and I don't want to stop. This is, I think, the best live stream ever. It's really good. You guys, what you've been talking about has been fantastic. I'm not ready to stop. I'm still got energy. Dalai Lama says, agreed, splendid, but I wouldn't bolt on his whole radio back, excuse me, back catalogue onto that point. Nothing as it seems says, I don't imagine many of you listen to Roy Potter. He's a conservative critic of Trump. I haven't heard of him, nothing, no. Welcome, by the way. Nice to see you. Unless were you there earlier? I can't remember. But I was watching this thing about the Lincoln Project the other day. This is about a bunch of Republican conservatives making videos with moving music in the background and things, saying why they're really great American patriots, etc. But they're going to vote for Joe Biden because Trump is so horrible. And the thing is, the whole thing about the Lincoln Project is all they do is say how horrible Trump is and Trump's this, Trump's that. I'm voting for Biden because Trump's this and Trump's that, Trump's the other. Nowhere, and I've not heard anyone say this, apart from sort of lefties like Christy Winters and Kevin Logan, never have I heard any, especially these conservatives, like these never Trumpers and these Lincoln Project people. I'm voting for Joe Biden because I like Joe Biden and this is why. You won't hear anyone say that. No one is voting for Joe Biden. They're voting for him because he's the alternative to Trump. And they just don't like Trump. I mean, you could put a jackass in Biden's position. In fact, perhaps that's not an alternative to Biden, and people just vote for that. You could put like a maypole, or you could put a street lamp there and say, I'm voting for that. I'm voting for the street lamp. I'm voting for the orange corner street lamp because and then they go on about how awful Trump is. The Biden campaign is incredibly negative. It's the most negative of these campaigns. Of course, in this corrupt democratic system we were in, of course people vote for negative reasons. In fact, this is the primary reason people vote. They vote to keep someone they vote for someone they don't like to keep someone they like even less out. That's common in modern democracy. However, never has it been this extreme. Never have I been in a position where the candidate that millions of people are urging us to vote for, they've got absolutely nothing good to say about him at all, except it's him or Trump. That's the only thing they say. I mean, Vosh was going on about this, saying, "I know how he was actually saying he brought up like this the licking thing and stuff like that. And he says it's just him or fascism. What you got to choose? He's burning or bust people, piss me off, and things like that." I think if they'd selected Bernie Sanders, they'd probably have been slightly better off because you do have like an enthusiasm contingent with Bernie Sanders. So the Democrats would probably have been better off with him because he does have this positive thing. He has this people who do. There's people like who read the Bernie bros and people like that. There's no such thing as a Biden bro. Have you ever seen a Biden bro? I mean, Hillary Clinton at least had this kind of I'm for her, right, sort of message, which is as awful as it was and misguided as it was because she was the establishment candidate. At least it was something positive. These people were wrong, but at least they were voting for her. And this is why it's the election coming up is going to be absolutely fascinating because I don't think the deep state can win it no matter what they do. Because the only way they're going to get Biden as the White House is with fraud that it's just so obvious everyone will see it. So Trump is look, as Claire was saying, Trump is on the case with things like that. Where's this again? Anyway, Splendid says they may have murdered Cooper, or he may have been belligerent to the police and met his own fate as a self-fulfilling prophecy. And then every can say he was right because they killed him. And Mel O'Brien says, Steve, Trump will win again unless they kill him. Mel, I pray every day for Trump's safety. I really do. I pray because he is in such danger. However, the fact that he is still alive means there's a lot of people on his side who have the power to protect him. The people who were unable to protect Kennedy. The people who currently are unable to protect Boris. I mean, Boris seems to have been really tamed badly lately. He really has. And that's very sad to see. I mean, I disagree with people like Caroline Stevens, who said, "Oh, he was just tame from the start." No, he wasn't, but he has been put back into the bottle, unfortunately. Yeah. Steve Palmer says, "Ad hominem attacks, Ben. How many in this live stream alone? It's a bit rich. You accusing people of said attacks when you make so many." Do I, Steve? Do I actually? I sometimes say bad things about people, but do I say someone is wrong because they're a bad person, or do I not put together some kind of case, some kind of rational case? Zythantiop says, "Splendid isolation, agreed. Nihilist lives matters. Why do Ben's streams have such a big lag?" Nihilist, if you mean why do you post a question and it takes me so long to answer it, that's because I'm reading questions that were posted ages ago, because there's so many. There are so many. I'm sorry, but I can't answer. If you want live questions, it's really difficult, because there's 48 people still watching. You guys still want to ask me things, and I can't. I'm sorry. I can't answer questions at the rate you guys are posting them. I'm sorry about that. What I'll do is, can I just say this actually for all of you? If I have to, we're nearly on 3 hours now. I mean, I feel like keeping going, so I'm not ready to stop. I think we're going to go way over 3 hours, but at some point I'm going to have to, because I'll need to get something to eat. If I do that and there's still questions I haven't answered, could you please copy them? Because the live stream will be published alongside the videos, right? Remember them, copy them, put them into the comments section underneath the recording. Could you do that? And I will answer them in the next comments reply video. Is that okay? The Dalai Lama says, "No, we listen to Harry Potter audiobooks here." Harry Potter, I read Harry Potter to my daughter, the first few books, and it was all right, actually. But I'm not a Harry Potter fan. Although J.K. Rowling's been cancelled. Have you seen that? So, anyway, Dalai Lama says, "Ben's lag is legendary." This is because, I do try to answer all questions. I don't have a super chat system. My channel's not monetized. And so I try to get through all your comments. Onslow, hello Onslow. Good evening, Ben. Hope you're well. I'm not bad, thanks. Hope you are. Zythantiop says, "But as with David Koresh, they could have just arrested Bill Cooper any time he went into town." I suppose, but yeah, it is like the David Koresh thing in a sense. It's almost like they wanted to kill him. They wanted him dead. They didn't just want him in jail. The David Koresh thing was awful. They torched the entire building. I could go into that in detail. The whole Waco siege. It's horrific. That was, yeah, just like Ruby Ridge, where they oh, that's horrific. Where they killed them. They killed the mother while she was holding the baby, Vicky Weaver, and they killed the little boy. They killed the dog. Yeah. People say there's no conspiracy, there's no new world order, there's not violence. Well, of course it is. Cosmic Claire says, "Ben is very mild in his criticisms." Yeah. Claire, I do think I am compared to most people. I think I am. Of course, I'm not scared. I do criticize people. I don't hold off from that. But I think I try to do it professionally. I certainly do. Yeah. Dalai Lama says, "We certainly don't cover up the truth with disinformation, Ben. I mean, Tony Topping for starters." That's true. What about Tony Topping? I mean, I like Tony, actually. He's a good guy. I'm glad he's restarting his radio show. At least that's what I heard. I don't know if anything came of that, but glad he's okay. Stephen Mel is still arguing about SpaceX. DJ Butu says he's drinking cherry juice. That's nice. Zythanchop says, "When Tony Topping is crowned world king, Ben will open his disclosure bottle." If that ever happens, then disclosure will probably happen about 50 years earlier. Tony Topping. "I do solemnly swear to be the King of England." Yeah, honestly, I would be honoured to have Tony Topping as the monarch of this country. I really would. He'd be great. Splendid says Zythanchops. Yeah. "Do you think the FBI ATF believed Koresh was right about his cult doctrines?" The whole chorus, it's confusing what actually happened, but I know that there was an unlawful killing. I've not looked at it for years. Alex Jones did a documentary about it, I remember. The Dalai Lama says, we never mentioned your trousers, Ben. Gravitational waves never came into it. Gravitational waves don't come into my trousers. I'm sure I'd be able to feel them if they did. Mel O'Brien says, I've been researching UFOs all my life since my first encounter. I'm afraid I have alternative views. Fair enough, Mel. I mean, you had a particular kind of encounter. If you believe that your research is valid to talk about UFOs in general, feel free to talk about it. I'm afraid, okay, Judy Wood is not good at self-promotion. Her theory is just that, a theory, like the Big Bang. Oh, that obviously something else, Mel, we're going to disagree on. It's not a theory, it's evidence. To quote Andrew Johnson, is one of his catchphrases, but it's true. What do you mean good at self-promotion? If you mean she's not like some kind of major sort of like media mega, she doesn't have like the style and panache of a major media mega star. So yes, that's true. But her presentation is scientific. She's a scientist. Yeah, people complain about the fact she doesn't put makeup on and things like that. So what? She's there to present science. If that's a criticism of her, then that is an ad hominem, because it's not like just being rude to her. It's saying, well, she's wrong about her theory or her evidence because she like wears like a woolly jumper and doesn't do her hair, which doesn't really work. Peace Forest says, crack on. It's nearly 3 hours and nearly gone. I'll tell you what, if I can't go on forever. At some point, I think I'm going to go over 3 hours. I'm not going to end yet. I still feel full of energy, actually. Splendid says, the FBI, etc., end up bearing a grudge against certain people for sheer pride and hatred, and they aren't beyond murder because they think they're still human and prone to groupthink. Well, I think that certainly counts for the Ruby Ridge incident, because it really was a sledgehammer to crack a nut. I mean, Randy Weaver was what it was. He was charged with a minor firearms violation, and there was an attempt to recruit him as a double agent, as a shill, and he refused. And I think it was his refuse. It wasn't the actual thing. It wasn't the firearms violation that was the problem for them. It was the fact that he refused to work for them. He refused to betray his community, his anti-New World Order community, and he refused to do that. And so they wanted him to spy. They basically said, we won't pursue this prosecution of you if you spy for us. And he said, no way. That's what they didn't like. They didn't like him standing up to them. So they surrounded his hut in the woods where he lived with his like survivalist conspiratorial community, and they attacked his family, killed his wife and his son. His surviving children, the little baby has never been the same. Well, the baby's now grown up, but this is the 2-year-old who was actually in his mother's arms when she was shot through the head. Where we are. Dalai Lama says, Tony Topping is one of the purest truth fountains out there. That's a good interesting way of putting it. But he's a good guy, Tony. Yeah. And Jay says he's a good friend to Jay as well. Yeah. Diego Rivera says Mossad did 9/11 simple. I don't know if specifically that organization, Diego Rivera. It seems unlikely because, well, remember the dancing Israelis? People say, look at these Israelis. They're celebrating 9/11. They must be Mossad agents. Well, no. Come on. No doubt there were Mossad agents in the area at that time. But I think if the dancing Israelis were Mossad agents, they'd have kept a slightly lower profile. I wouldn't have drawn so much attention to themselves. I think the celebration was that they knew now that the US would be forced into taking a more pro-Israeli foreign policy position. They knew that because 9/11, of course, was seen as part of this conflict, and America was going to take Israelis. America's inevitably going to attack Israel's enemies, Iraq, etc. And this is what they were celebrating. I think they were just ordinary Israelis who were just happy for that matter. As misguided as they were, I don't think this means they're the culprits of 9/11. I don't think it means that they are. There's no evidence. No one, I think, has pointed to a specific organization involved in this. I mean, generally, the intelligence services across the globe are very much linked. And you could bet that at some level, all of them had some involvement, some input into the 9/11 attacks. But one single agency? No, it was more than that. It wasn't. It was not one single country or one single agency. DJ B2 says, funny how the pubs in the UK opened up back on July the 4th, Independence Day, UN lockstep thing, perhaps. It could be that it was something to do with, I don't know if it's Boris's way of showing solidarity for Trump. I don't know, because Boris is now in an awful position where he essentially doesn't have the support that Trump does. I think they threatened his baby. I think they threatened the new baby. And he's been put into, it's a real shame, but he's been brought into line, definitely. Peaceful Voice says, where was King Kong on 9/11, blood? It was King Kong, isn't it, Paul? Oh, right. You sound like those black guys on Airplane. You know, oh, that's so funny. That film Airplane, you couldn't make it nowadays. You couldn't make it. You could, with those characters, those hilarious characters. I saw an interview with those guys. They're older now, and they were talking about how they designed this language for them to speak, which is not actually real jive. It's just like it's like extreme jive. It's like they've overdone it. But it's so funny, isn't it? Yeah. And Mel O'Brien and Steve Palmer still arguing. And where are we now? The Dalai Lama says Dr. Stephen Rea is an absolute walnut of a man. Oh, right. He looks a bit like a walnut, doesn't he? Especially when he's been in the sun. Tony Phillips, hello, Tony, welcome. I watched that Stephen Greer movie recently. He's on a strange peacock blue chicken. Oh, not the blue chickens again. Oh, God, not the blue chickens. Hugh Corey Good and David Wilcock. Dalai Lama says Simon Parts must have the inside info on Just Stain. Well, I haven't actually seen his latest video because you mean Simon Parks, of course, but I bet you he's got something to say about this. Simon is really up on the Q stuff. He's really good on that level. So I will check out his channel. I mean, definitely. Peaceful Warrior says, I'm a Glasgow Rangers fan. We were relegated 4 divisions in one season. Lot. That's true. That was bad, wasn't it? Oh, so yeah, of course. Sorry, I forgot that. That's in the Scottish League, of course. But Rangers really, really plummeted, didn't they? What happened there? There's probably a conspiracy theory about that. I don't know if there's one about Oxford United. I mean, maybe the Maxwell death is one, but they completely lost it, didn't they? I mean, they used to be like top, but long. It was the old firm, wasn't it? Celtic and Rangers, and now it's Celtic and a few other teams. Tony Phillips says we have beat the Villa. Don't you remember? The Enkelman is. Oh, sorry, Tony. You're a Birmingham City fan. Apologies. Obviously, the Gypsy's curse has been lifted, isn't it? Yeah. You know, I heard about that Gypsy's curse thing for Birmingham City. It was from 40 and TV. Do you remember Lionel Fanthorpe? And it was a brilliant program he used to do. It was so good. I met Fanthorpe, actually. He's a absolutely lovely child. I interviewed him for her Panel Radio. Gem of a man. Really good. Fernanda 69 says, I saw the Queen today at Sandringham, but I can't prove it. Did you actually see her? Not just a photo of her. Did you see the Queen herself, face to face? Because if you have, I'd be interested to know. Zathan Chop says Ben's lag is heading into the middle of next week. If you guys post fewer comments, if you'll stop posting them for a while, I'll get to the end. There we go. Huge arsehole says, what happened to Bill Ryan from Project Avalon? Oh, God, where? Is Project Avalon still going? Let's have a look. He doesn't. Bill Ryan. No, he used to do like Project Camelot with. They've got a Facebook page. They've got a website still up. Still YouTube. Oh yes, yep, it's still there. The forum's still there anyway. I don't know about the rest of it. I don't know about the videos. I subscribe to the channel. I'll just check to see later if it's gone. I don't know if it's actually gone. Dalai Lama says the Hutchinson effect is prolonged exposure to EMF induces transvestism. Oh yeah, I'm sure. But it's actually there may be a version. Look, all right. I know what you're getting at now. I've just worked it out. Again, this is rather like people saying, Dr. Judy, well, she doesn't do her hair, Dr. Judy Wood. She doesn't put on makeup. She doesn't wear a nice dress. She sits there with her scruffy hair, wearing a furry, woolly jumper and things like that. That is irrelevant to the points they are making. It's irrelevant to the case they're putting across. Now, John Hutchison has, of course, developed a certain lifestyle in the last few years, which, of course, predictably people are going to take and they're going to run with it and they're going to reflect it and they're going to back engineer it into his earlier work, and they're going to say, therefore, he was talking nonsense about the Hutchinson effect. That does not follow. It does not follow. And so I know what you're saying. It's very funny, but it's not. It's not fair. You see, it's not fair. The Dalai Lama says, Project Camel Toe is gold standard of UFO truth. It varies. I must say, you know, the guests on Project Camelot varied enormously, from very good to bloody awful. I mean, I mentioned Patrick Gerald earlier. He's a perfect example of someone who really I wish they'd never had on. And there was that other, was it not Aaron McCullum? Is it Aaron McCullum, his name? This bloke who showed satellite photos of fishing boats off the coast of Yemen and said, "Look, it's warships." Yeah. There were several others I thought were just completely and utterly so out of their tree that I mean, I don't believe in censorship. I would never tell Kerry not to interview these people, but I just wish he hadn't. I thought they were. It seems like they were at one point they were going through a phase where they were willing to interview anyone who could throw together a decent yarn, which is a shame because you're right, Dalai Lama and Kerry and Bill and Kerry Cassidy do a bloody good job. They are capable of doing really good work. Some of their interviews are outstanding. I mean, Kerry's quite a good interviewer. She's interviewed me a couple of times. I'll tell you what, she asks good questions. She can play the devil's advocate. She can put you on the spot very, very well indeed. And the conference she did at the Watford UFO Academy, fantastic. And the atmosphere was electric. I mean, you could see my video. I did a video reportage of it, and I'm as high as a kite. I'm almost like I'm on ayahuasca just being there. Oh yeah. Splendid Isolation said, many of them are the same people. The mentality allowed the Oklahoma City bombing to happen, knowing that their own people's kids that were in that building, they care more about dominance. Yes, I mean a lot of them, like I said, were ATF families were in the building. There was a crash, kids were killed, but you know they are ruthless, utterly ruthless. They're psychopathic. Zaitantiop says, I think Bill Ryan was full of it, but he did mention something in one of his vids that was very similar to the way COVID has played out. It could be. I don't know which one you mean, but a lot of people predicting this pandemic. That was something that has been on the cards for quite a long time. Peaceful Warrior says, Project Camel Toe sounds like a Friday night out. Peaceful Warrior, he must have been a hospital porter. I swear. That is something that is exactly what a hospital porter would think. Oh. Mellow Brian says, I don't feel any need to defend what I believe to anyone. I've been closer to UFOs than you have. I don't know who you're addressing, Mel, but, I don't disbelieve you. I really don't. I've watched the Hutchinson Effect DVD, Occam's Razor, Boom Boom, the fireman said. Well, Mel, I have to disagree with you. The Boom Boom thing, the fireman, it ties in with Dr. Judy Wood's ideas and what she discovered. It really does. Dalai Lama says Kerry Lynn Unsworth is a corker. Who's she? I know a Kerry Lynn Cassidy. I don't know Kerry Lynn Unsworth. Is that her other name? I don't know. A corker. She is actually. She is. Yeah, she's very beautiful actually, and she's not young. But like I said, it's. I don't go along with this Stefan Molyneux thing. You know, he goes eggs, eggs, fertility. You know, 40 years old. That's it. Yeah, it's all I know. I don't go along with that. She's very beautiful. She really is. Mel O'Brien. Richard D. Hall thinks Miles Johnston is toxic, as I do. Avoid him. Right. Well, I disagree with you both. Richard often comes out with these ideas. He often has a lot of statements. He often makes a lot of statements about other people in his work. His work is very often focused on other people, as is Andrew Johnson, who is like his closest collaborator. And he often suggests that many, many other people within our community are compromised in one way or another because they disagreed with him or something, or sometime at some point, or sometimes he has other reasons. Now, he's right in some cases. And when he can put together good cases against people occasionally. But I do caution him against being overzealous, because shill shaming that goes on. I mean, have you seen my shill squad videos? Check them out, because I go into more details then. But I think it's a big, big mistake. It can be very destructive to get into this. You know, he's a shill, she's a shill, everyone's a shill attitude. Please do watch. I've done 3 videos on that series now. Please do watch them. And what you think about Miles and who you choose, if you choose to avoid him, it's up to you. But Miles is not toxic at all. Miles is one of the best people in this business. It's just because he may have his faults, he may have his flaws. Don't we all? But I mean, I did a video with him. I hope to be able to see, which was very good indeed. It was a real masterpiece that Miles did there with me and Colin, and I do hope people will get to see it again very soon. It's a great shame you can't right now. The Dalai Lama says Dr. Ria is an exopolitical love pump. I'm sure he would be so flattered. He really would be so flattered. Barney's Den says Stephen Greer, walking arrogance. Yeah. Yeah, he has an ego problem. I mean, he has not conquered his ego. I mean, you know the parable of the Buddha, where the Buddha is faced with basically an image of himself, who says, "Worship me, bow down and worship me," and the Buddha says, "No, you are the illusion of my ego, and I will not." And only then can he's Prince Gautama. He can become the Buddha as a result of that, because he conquers his own ego. Greer's ego is very, very obviously still there, and it's some people. You see, some people have an ego, but with others, they don't have an ego. Their ego has them, and people who suffer from this problem are very easy to co-opt, because the ego will lead them into places where they can be very, very easily turned into a fake truth, or whatever, shill, whatever you want to call it. I'm not saying this is what Dr. Stephen Greer is. I'm just saying this is a vulnerability that he has to face. So Thanchop says Miles Johnston is a grifter e-beggar. No, he's not. No, he's not. No more than I am. The Dalai Lama says Miles Johnston has the mightiest truth trousers in the biz. You should see his new jacket. When I went to see him, I mean, he's probably showed it off by now. But when I went to see him, when we did this, I went to the Basis project myself, being Colin, because we wanted to do a video, which we did. Miles showed me this new jacket he has. It's amazing. It's custom designed for him, but from a guy in Australia. I'm sure he's put it on a video, and he's put it on Facebook by now. Tinfoil Hat says, here in Staffordshire, past few days, keep hearing a noise like a helicopter over the house, but can't see anything. Searched, see if being an accident, but there's nothing. Strange noise. Well, Tinfoil Hat, it could be a helicopter, although it should have navigation lights on it, like a beacon flashing and things like that. If you get some photographs of it, do by all means take them. Tinfoil Fat, I think he's about an hour behind the comments. Well, what am I supposed to do? What can I do? See, I'm not going to get through all these comments tonight. I'm sorry about that. I won't get through all these comments. What I'm going to have to do at some point is I'm going to have to stop, de-troll, and I'm actually... I can't get any higher. I'm actually been pushed to the bottom, and now I can't get any higher. Can I go any further? Up? What's happening? I'm going. Okay, I'm so far behind. I've actually reached a point where I can't actually scroll up far enough. Can I do it on the actual video? Let's have a look. Where is it? Have I got the video? Hang on. That's annoying. That's very annoying. Hang on, let me just go to. I'm just going to open up a YouTube. I'll just put a minute. I'm just going to scroll up, see how far I can scroll up on the actual chart. Oh, I can't. I can't do it. Oh dear. Okay, well, some of your comments, I'm afraid, are lost. Apologies for that. All right. Hugo Rune says Hawaii was British. Look at their flag. I'll check that out. Yeah, definitely. Peaceful Warrior says R.I.P. Jislan Cracks. I think I don't know whether she's on borrowed time, whether she's gone already. I don't know what they've done with her. Rock 50s. Hello, Rock 50s. How are you? Hi, Ben. Did you know that we are 3 years away from a magnetic pole flip? Our Earth is coming to end its 25,000-year journey cycle, which is why more ET craft are being sighted. They're here to help. It could be, Rock 50. The Earth is indeed going for a pole flip, but it's not 3 years away. It's happening now. The pole flip is actually a process that takes about 5,000 years, and we're very close to the middle of it. And indeed, it's not every 25,000 years, though. It happens at random times. But on average, it's 3 times every million years, I believe. And we are actually overdue for one. It hasn't been one for about 700,000 years. So, yeah, it looks like the magnetic field is flipping. And that could have something to do with the UFO phenomenon. Yes, definitely indeed. Mel says, Steve Palmer, give it up, eh? I'm a lot. Okay. Ben says he has a photo. Where is it? I've seen many Larry Warren videos. Check Richard D. Hall's expose. Mel, I've done an entire video, 2 videos actually, including the last one where I tackle this. And I've done an article about what Richard said about Larry, and I think he's wrong. He's wrong. Fenlander said Larry Warren is full of shit. No, he's not. If you want to give a one-word dismissal of someone, I'll give you a one-word rebuttal. Oh, well, I might have to. Oh dear, you know what I might have to do? I might actually have to hide the live chat on the recording. It's just the problem is there could be trolls there that I've missed. What I'll do is I'll go through it actually when the recording's up, and I'll see if I can find out. It's just I can't see all the live chat now. It's a shame. Peaceful Warrior says full disclosure, just been dropped. Lee Brown. We're going to Neptune. All right. Tinfoil hat. Apparently Maxwell is in quarantine for 14 days. What do you want to bet she's going to go to intensive care and not come out? Huge arsehole. William Bill Cooper hates David Icke. Unfortunately, Hugh, one of the last radio shows he did was a big attack against David. And again, I didn't quite understand why. I think it was something like he accused David of like plagiarizing some of his material and things like that. He'd said things that Bill had said and he hadn't credited him, something like that. I can't remember all the details, so I don't know. Where are we now? Okay, there's a lot of comments here. Which obviously are part of communication. Deck officer on a submarine says Skilt Skin. There's some kind of where is it? Good Bants. We should send Steve a collected virtual hug. I think you guys are having a kind of comments, a discussion, and I'm sort of like, I've come in late to it, sort of thing. Steve says, Mel, you're a skeptic. You're a skeptic's perfect. Well, all right, now, all right. You can be, if you want to lay into each other, Mel and Steve. Go ahead. I won't try and stop you. You know, you're perfectly at liberty to slag each other off until your hearts are content. I won't try and stand in your way. I promise. Obviously, if one of you doesn't like it and the other's being overly aggressive to someone who's not, then obviously I'll put a stop to it. But, you know, people generally can give as good as they get in my comment sections. Phil Hainsworth says, evening, Ben. Keeping well, I hope. Hey, Phil, not bad, mate. I'm getting a bit tired now. I think it's catching up with me. Is this the longest live stream I've done? 3 hours 20? Did I beat that at any point? But, you know, it's been a good one, hasn't it? It's been bloody good. I don't want it to end. I don't want it to end. You guys, it's been too cool. You guys have been too good. Good, you really have. I'm just going to skip a few comments. I'm going to have to. Mellow Price says something about Michael Salah. Dalilab says, do they have conference glory holes, Ben? Only in the Liverpool Arts Centre. Well, it wasn't such a glory hole as a glory window. Do you remember I did a video of it if you want to see it? Jay Matthews says, I love the banter tonight. Me too, Jay. It's been so good. You guys have been fantastic. You've been the best ever. You really have. There's still 50 people watching. I don't want to stop. Tinfoil Hat says, bless you, Ben. The lady will come along one day. Thank you. I really do hope so, Tinfoil. Yeah. Excuse me, I'm itching. Still says, I bet Dolan's wife is dying for some what? Oh, that's rude. I'm not going to read that out. And I think you're being rude to Richard there. Richard Dolan is cool. He really is. He's one of the great sort of theorists behind the activists in the UFO community, and his books are fantastic. Jay says, Ben, that's good. Shout out a Tinder app for us conspiracy singles. There is one, Jay. It's called Truth Dating. I did an article about it. I don't know if you remember, but it did come out that there were actually specialist dating agencies for people like us. There was Truth Dating. There was this guy I know, actually. He goes to Probe. He's like quite old. He's sort of in his early 70s, and he split up from his wife after like 50 years of marriage, and he was devastated, but he wanted to start again. He wanted to get a date, and he and I were talking about this because he finds it so difficult because finding a woman who is interested in what we're interested in is not easy. It's not impossible. I mean, I've done it. That's what Sue Stain was, you know. But it is a struggle. It is an effort. It takes effort. Sure, you know, it pays off eventually, but it is an effort. Peaceful Warrior. Right. Tinfoil Hat says quite a few good conspiracies on Sky History's a new channel. All right. I'll check that out. Oh, type economist next to catastrophe. All right, I'll try that, Jay. Oh, sorry, Jay. Diego Rivera. Right, I see it. Image. Oh, I see. The next catastrophe. Well, it's just, what's this? Oh, it's a people. Oh, my God. Yes, I see it. Yes. It's actually, it's an image of a family, a man, a woman, and a child, and they're sitting on a sofa, sort of Simpson style. There's a cat on the arm of the sofa. They're all wearing gas masks, except the little boy who's got like a fragment helmet on. And there's pictures of, there's a pig for some reason. There's a volcano, asteroid, nuclear war, solar flare, diseases. Oh dear. The next catastrophe and how to survive it. Courtesy of The Economist. Right. So thanks very much, Ian. Mellow Brian says people are very defensive about Judy Wood. I think she's a fool, and that's my opinion. Rendlesham was a nuclear accident. That's my opinion. SpaceX is more deception. No moon for them. My opinion. Oh look, Mel. Okay. People. I don't think I'm defensive about Dr. Judy Wood. I'm not like Andrew Johnson, who like. I think he's made it more his life's mission to support her, and fair enough. I agree with him about her. I don't drop everything. I'm not going to drop everything just to do that. She's not a fool. I think she's right. Rendlesham was not a nuclear accident. Yeah, I think your opinion is wrong. I explain why. If you go to my last video, Trump on Roswell, you'll see I explain in more detail why. As for SpaceX, I can't comment on that. Apart from, well, I mean, if they do have a mad moon mission, I'll be following it very avidly, shall we say? Probably with Marcus Allen on the other end of the phone. Oh. Where are we now? Okay. I think should we go for the 4 hour barrier, guys? Are you up for that? I'm gonna have to get a cup of tea though. Maybe some coffee. Stay there, guys, don't go away. I shall be back. And first of all, I just got to get myself some tea and coffee. Play amongst yourselves for a bit. Okay, I'm determined. I'm going to break that. We're 3 hours 25. Let's break the 4 hour barrier, shall we? If you want to hang around, I'll be grateful. If not, fair enough. If you're getting tired too. See you in a sec. How you doing, guys? You okay? Where are we now? Just gonna go up a bit. Oh, I just gotta. Now, interesting. I've already got the first part of this. The first live stream I did, the one on Facebook, which is very short. It only had about 12 people watching. Is already available on BitChute, so you can watch that straight away when this is because when this is like processing. Okay, so that's something I can do. Anyway, live stream one. Just put that out. Just can you hear me? Sorry, is my mic up? Yeah, my mic's on. Good. Okay. Just I'll do this now because I'll probably forget later. Hope you're all right. You're still enjoying yourselves. Right, where are we now? Camera wasn't even PM when he Stiltskin, are you referring to? If you're referring to the incident with Richard D. Hall, he wasn't. He was actually campaigning to be Prime Minister. But Richard said, when you become, which I'm sure you will, he says, when you become Prime Minister, I'm sure you will you seek to lift the secrecy? And of course, he did become Prime Minister, and he did look. He was certainly the favourite, wasn't he? And Mel O'Brien, your UFO experience is really interesting, Mel. It really is. I don't disagree. I don't deny what you said. I really don't. I just think it's not the whole story. Hugo Rune, hi Hugo. Oh, you were here earlier, weren't you? Yeah. Why is UK the only country to have an annual death rate due to cannabis? About 24 PA NHS stats. Is it? I mean, it does have it has a death rate maybe from cannabis, but 24 is that 24 per annum APA per annum. Whereas with with smoking, it's around about 60,000 or something, isn't it? It's like, yeah. Mel O'Brien, Richard D. Hall does a great expose on Larry Warren. No, he doesn't, Mel. He doesn't. It's one of the few black marks on Richard's record. Richard's general record is very good. This is an exception, but I've done a video about that. I've done 2 videos now about that. The last one, and I mentioned it in the last one, which was Trump in Roswell, and I also mentioned it on the Shield Squad as well. Okay, Mel and Steve are still arguing. The Dalai Lama says, in the name of D. Hall's balls, why can't we all just get along and arrange a suitable dogging location? Oh, that's a classic. In the name of D. Hall's balls. I'll have to use that one again. Hugo says, I use an ounce a week. No probs. No effects apart from medical. And that's right. You're like my mother. She used to smoke it. And for you, I mean, I know we've talked about this, about it's a medical issue for you and her because of neurological conditions. It's very good. And in fact, my mother's GP told her essentially to smoke it. He said, this is strictly off the record, but got a bit of blow, have some. And if you repeat that to anyone, I'll deny I said it. Very, very good for nerve damage, things like that, yeah. Stilton said, I felt a bit sorry for D. Hall with his cancelled tour holding up his Manchester bombing books nobody cares about. I did too. Having to cancel his tour was very sad. It's a very great shame. He did his virtual tour, which of course is not the same, is it? It's like my webinar thing. It's not the same as being there, but it's the best. It's the next best thing. All we can do is put in the effort to try and make the best of what we haven't got, which he did. And fair play to him. As for the book, I've not read the book. I mean, I know people who have, and they said someone I know got the book, and they said, "Oh, it's full. It's very, it's quite heavy going. It's full of. It's got a lot of stats and things. It's got a lot of documents, a lot of mathematics and things like that. I mean, I'm currently reading this, which is by Dr. Nick Colostrum, the Great British Coronavirus Hoax, That's my God. That's this video put into limited state. But sod it. Free speech, free speech, free speech. I say. Which is, again, it's very scientific. But this one's pretty big. It's a big, heavy book. However, watch the video. I mean, get the book if you're really interested in it, because it's got all the details in. But watch the video, which is about the Manchester bombing, and indeed the last one he did on the Manchester bombing, because I think it's a proven case. Quite frankly, I think it is watertight. The Manchester bombing was faked, and Richards proved it. Cosmic Claire says the medical examiner's report was released by Trump a couple of years ago, and it stated that there was a shot from the front right of the grassy. Oh, right. The grass. I remember that, Claire. Yes. Trump. I honestly thought Trump was going to come out and say it. He didn't, but he hinted it to reopen Kennedy, to dismiss the Warren Commission report. It's like, oh, man. Wait, just if he gets re-elected in November, God knows what he'll do then. Oh, I hope he does, I'll tell you. Where are we now? Jay Matthews says, I love Elon, him getting high with Joe Rogan. The man gives zero fooks. Oh, that was quite funny, that. Yeah, the Joe. Oh, I like. It's a great shame Joe Rogan's going over to Spotify, but I still listen to him. I mean, but he should stay on YouTube, because the videos, because it's a video show along with the radio. Some of it's so funny and so good. Of course, they sit there drinking, knocking back beers, and they're Sargon of Akkad puffing away on a fag, and they like knocking back bottles of beer. And of course, with Elon Musk, they were both on the wacky backy, and that's good. That's really good. Mel O'Brien says, JFK, the film shows a shot from behind in the neck, which he clutched with both hands. The one from the front, yeah, it was slightly. Some of the reports said that one came out through the base of the neck. Others said it was a bit lower down on the middle of his chest, but you can see him going like that. He flinches and he leans his head over. You can see he's badly hurt. The next shot is to the head and it finishes him off. Jay Matthews says, I've got a bottle of that Tesla after shade. It's called Elon's Musk. There are too many people trying to cop a feel in this chat. All this talk about dogging. Lisa, Biden is everything they've accused Trump of being. They have a habit of doing that, don't they? They tend to accuse the Illuminati, the deep state, whatever you want to call them, the cabal. They always accuse their enemy of what they do themselves. I've noticed that. Tinfoil hat, the Democrats had 30 plus years and done nothing but rob the people. Quite so. And that's all they've done. They robbed people, they formed the Ku Klux Klan. That's about all they've done. Peaceful Warrior says to Mel, all right, this is as an ex-soldier, you don't go back as an ex-soldier, you don't go back into the left from being shot from behind. I can testify to that. Yeah, I mean, the post-mortem reports, Peaceful Warrior, were fascinating. Not the US Navy ones, but the one that was supervised by Michael Baden. And now interestingly, is the guy he's older now. He's been doing this a long time. He supervised Epstein's report as well. And it completely contradicts the US Navy report. Now, the Dallas coroner has been painted as a bad guy in this. And he shouldn't be, because in that film Parkland, which I review, he's portrayed as a buffoon, this blustering buffoon who just pushes his way in and says, "Oh, you leave that body here. That bloke was shot on Dallas soil and we're dealing it. The Dallas coroner's office deals with it." And everyone said, "What are you talking about? He's the president of the United States. I don't care. He's still shot in Dallas. It's my jurisdiction." But honestly, Peaceful Warrior, he's right. And the other post-mortem was done on Kennedy contradicts the bloody Warren Commission, and indeed there's a guy called, what's his name? There's a guy I interviewed. I can't remember his name. He's written a book about this, analysing it, and all this. It completely demolished all this back into the left stuff that the Warren report said. Lee Brown says BLM donations go through a Democrat site that takes a percentage. Of course. The Democrats get money off the people and then they give it to BLM and vice versa. It's a great big confidence trick. Yeah. It's like the divorce courts. I mean, American divorce courts are notorious. I mean, if you watch Coach Red Pill or any of these MGTOWs, I mean, I find the MGTOWs very depressing. And I did a whole video about that. But it's interesting the kind of things they come up with. Because they talk about the divorce, how the divorce courts. I mean, it's not quite like that in Britain, but it is in America. Basically, if you get divorced, if you're a bloke, you lose everything. The woman gets everything. Your ex-wife just takes everything. More than 90% of alimony payments go from men to women, regardless of the income of either of them at all. And the worst thing about it is it's not only fair, it's only unfair. It's like one of these many feminist injustices. But it's a confidence trick because the lawyers make a fortune out of it. It's a huge, great big industry because and the lawyers clean up. The lawyers always go in there. They get loads of money off the guys, but they take some of it. It's a horrible thing. It's like the BLM Democrat relationship. You even got this whole thing. It's called divorce tourism, where people who have the means, women who have the means, will actually deliberately travel to the US to divorce their spouse because they know they're going to get much more money there. I mean, Stephen Molyneux did a really, really good interview, 2 hours plus interview with this guy. He's a lawyer. He's pushing for reform of the divorce laws in the United States. Huge Arsehole says, Dominic Cummings has been granted secret clearance to Porton Down vaccine program. Wouldn't surprise me, That's where it's being developed, I'm sure. The Dalai Lama says, Nancy Pelosi has a cracking pair of fronties. Oh, I don't know. She's horrible. I don't care what she looks like. She's not bad. Like I say, for a lady of her age, she's not bad looking. I must admit, Dalai. Yeah, but she's vicious. The whole impeachment thing was disgusting. It was absolutely disgraceful. Peace Warrior, Armitage Shanks break. Yeah, I did. Yes, I did go. Are you having one now, Peaceful? Don't blame you, mate. Don't blame you. Tinfoil hat. Imagine the debate, Biden and Trump. Trump is going to destroy him. Oh, yeah. Do you know what? I wouldn't be surprised if he refuses to debate. I really think they will deliberately find some excuse to stop Biden debating Trump. It's just bad because ever since since the late 50s, there's been live televised debates between the candidates. And Kennedy did his famous one with Nixon. It's a classic on YouTube. It's really amazing. And since then, it's been every single presidential elections has these debates. And now what? They're going to say, "Oh, we're not going to do one this time." No, we're not going to do one. Mr. Biden can't do it because of coronavirus and things like that and reasons. They're going to have to do it. They have to find some way of getting him to cancelling debates because Trump, as you say, Trump is going to wipe the floor with him. And then it'll make it far more difficult for them to get Biden into the White House. We'll see what happens, but I really can't see it happen. I cannot see. I really can't see these debates happening because it's basically the end of the election. Trump. It's basically you might as well just cancel the election. Trump's won. Of course, they can't do that because they're going to try and play dirty. But they can't. If Trump walks over in a debate and then the opinion polls go straight up in Trump's favor, and then Biden appears to win the election. I mean, that's even more of a giveaway, isn't it? Lee Brown says there's a campaign to get Jesse Ventura to run as a third party. Oh, yeah, that's right. Conspiracy tonight. Yeah. His series was really good because he's really like open-minded to this sort of thing. How about getting him as a third party? It's like Kanye West being a third party. I just thought, I can't help thinking that Kanye West is like kind of being ironic. Styx Hexenhammer did a good video about that because Kanye West is of course a big Trump fan. So I don't know what he's doing. Why he's doing it? It's a bit of a strange. It's a strange thing. Mel O'Brien says about. Oh, it's a debate about Kennedy. His head slumped forward when he was shot in the neck. Then he fell into Jackie's arms. Then they shot. The shot took the top of his head. I had 5 guns in Kansas, including an AR-15. Well, one of the reasons that America's been so good about this is because in America, so many people are firearms trained. In Britain, unless you have police or military experience, you probably never even handled a gun, most people. There's a Zapruder film actually came out a few months after the assassination, because I think they literally didn't want that to be, it was used as evidence, of course, but they didn't want it. They really didn't want too many people seeing it because they would know what it meant. They know straight away what that very gruesome piece of footage meant. It meant that the official story was wrong. Jay says Jesse as president would be cool. The man takes no prisoners. I honestly, I think you'd make a good successor for Trump. I mean, Jesse Ventura 2024, an absolutely brilliant replacement for Trump. He really did. He really would be good. Hugo Russo just cropped 10 ounces. Oh, get down, Hugo. Have a good one, Hugo. Tinfoil Hat says Boris had a black eye before the lockdown. I think they're threatening him with worse. Is that code for a poo, Hugo? Just cropped 10 ounces. I was like Stefan Molyneux on today. He was going, okay. Yeah, well, he was talking, he cracked me up talking about toilets. I love those old toilets. He said, you pull the flush and everything goes down. It's like a black hole sucking space and time out of the universe. And now they have these little things like eyedroppers. You've got to push them 3 times to get it to go down. So when you're a guy, you know us guys, we sit down and we do some serious log work. And then we go to wash our hands and we've got this dryer and I put my hand underneath it and I think, how long do I have to keep rubbing my hands under this thing? And there's guys queuing up behind me with their hands dripping. I'll sod it. I'll wipe it on my trousers and walk out. Back to shit jokes, yes. Oh, where are we now? Lee Brown's the world's biggest turd. Yeah, you're talking about Bono. Oh, well, I don't know if he's the biggest. He's less than Professor Brian Cox, but he's a big Tony Blairite globalist. Bob Geldof. Oh, I can't stand these people. It makes me sick to think of these people. It really does. God, Bob Geldof's probably the worst. Do you remember that thing about a Brexit thing where he went out to meet the fishermen in the River Thames when the fishermen sailed their fishing trawlers up the Thames to protest because they support Brexit, and this fucking poser on his millionaire's yacht intercepts them, standing there with a glass of champagne in his hands. All his little flat-chested groupies gathering around him, talking down to these idiots. Oh, sorry, talking down to these good guys, these guys who go out and risk their lives every day in the sea, so that we can have fish and chips. You know, it's an incredibly dangerous job, fishing, being a sailor on a fishing trawler. Incredibly dangerous. I wish they'd have a really smelly old kipper. If there's flies buzzing round it, they could throw at him. Where are we now? Oh, right. Mel says, I'm in West Cork, harvest time in the hills and the greenhouses at the start of August. Oh, beautiful, mate, beautiful. Oh, I've been to Cork. I went to Tramore. Isn't it lovely? Tramore is a lovely place. You must have been there if you're in that area. It's a beautiful island, of course, the Emerald Isle, beautiful country, great nation. It's a sad, you've produced some right clangers of people. I mean, like Bob Geldof, Bono, and but don't hold that against you. Jay says, Ben, what do you foresee of the new series of Unidentified? Obviously, season 1 was a lot about the Tic Tac. Do you foresee any revelations? Probably there's going to be a lot of talk about the declassification, I think, Jay. It's probably going to be mostly about that. Because, of course, it was a process. Because when the footage came out, people were saying to the TTSA, where'd you get this? What's this A-tip? Never heard of it. And, of course, people were asking some very genuine questions. I mean, John Greenwald, the Black Vault, he was very good. I'm still waiting. I still can't wait to hear the interview. Him and Luis Elizondo. That's going to be good. But I know I've done a written one, but I want to see them both in front of the mic and the camera. I really do. Then of course it came out bit by bit. The A-tip was real. Then the footage was. They admitted the footage was U.S. Navy footage. Then they actually declassified the footage that had been leaked. There's a lot more. I mean, what I think, Jay, is there could be more revelations timed for the release of the series. In fact, the Pentagon has admitted there's more to come out in terms of there's longer pieces of footage. There's also other stuff they're holding back just because it's just for associate reasons to do with espionage, because to do with classification. Because there's things such as radar logs, there's firing solutions, there's telemetry as well as footage. Telemetry that could give away information about the capabilities of those ships and those planes, which is highly classified. I think that's the only reason they're holding it back, because of that reason. But probably it can be edited, as Nick Pope said. You can edit these things. So he's right about that, and hopefully we'll see more. Splendid says that JFK was shot once through the Adam's apple, once in the back, 5 inches below the Adam's apple, proving the single bullet theory is wrong, and then once in the head, blowing a baseball-sized hole out the back. Yeah, there was again, the path reports contradict each other, as this guy whose name I can't remember I interviewed said, and it's certainly the single bullet thing was rubbish. I mean, they even planted that pristine bullet by Connolly's hand, and the idea was that it's somehow gone through, because one of them hit Connolly, but by the time it hit him, it was in fragments, because this was like unjacketed lead ball. It wasn't like a penetrating bullet. It was just, like I said, it was ball. It was just, it hit something, it just goes. It's like chucking an egg at something. By the time it hit Connolly, it was like in little fragments, and that's but what you got instead was like this nice little shaped bullet that looked really, it had a couple of scratches on it apparently, but the idea was that actually hit Kennedy, went through Kennedy, came out, traveled all the way down Connolly's arm and ended up at his hand. Rubbish, absolute rubbish. And indeed, this came out in Jim Mars's book. It came out that this was rubbish. Splendid isolation, yes. The rear skull, that was really gruesome. Where you see it's awful. I mean, it's like a terrible. It almost blows his head right off. It's awful. And they tried to save him at the Parkland Hospital, but I mean, they did like a full resuscitation on him at the Parkland Hospital, but really, it was just a gesture. The guy couldn't not survive that. Dalai Lama. Oh, I have Irish ancestry, and I get my twinkly green eyes and my fetish for Semtex. And oh, where are we? Mel O'Brien's talking about Quonset huts. Yes, what they call them, polytunnels. Is this the first famine in 8 years? Apparently, there's record-breaking sales of those things. And Ian R. Crane was talking about that before he got ill. Scowling Wolf, hello. Judy nailed it, mate. I think you're talking about Dr. Judy Wood. Yes, she did. Oh, Hugo Rune says, I've got to be careful what I say here for legal reasons, but he grows his own, and he does it with hydroponics. Outdoors is a neighbour's issue. They might nick it. Are they keen on the stuff as well, Hugo? Shallow Llama. Sledgehammer to crack a nut. Sounds like a self-description on Dr. Stephen Greer's Grinder page. Grinder page. £1 today, Hugo. Is that all it costs? Again, I've got to be careful what I say for legal reasons here, but yeah. Splendid isolation. Vicky Reader was shot through the head from 1 kilometre away. Amazingly accurate shot, but a dreadful murder. She was holding her baby at the time. Yeah. It's a terrible crime what happened at Ruby Ridge. But it was very red pilling. A lot of people got into the conspiracy world because that happened. Mel O'Brien, the video's a scene of wood. She gets flustered. She doesn't handle interviews well. My theory is a controlled demolition. Occam's razor, Andy is a believer. I've seen his videos too. I have a pile. Now, I think you're referring to one particular interview she did. And I can't remember who the guy she did it was with. But she gets flustered because she hadn't slept for 2 nights because she was like preparing a talk and she had to travel. And Andrew Johnson has done a very, very good rebuttal in video form to everything that was said in that interview. And it's a complete... They picked on Dr. Judy when she was vulnerable because they knew she was tired. It was like that advert for the plane. Do you remember the advert for the British Airways? Like a lamb to the slaughter. He's coming overnight. And it's... So please do watch that. I don't know what you mean by Occam's razor. It's to do with which is the more likely outcome. Well, what is the more likely outcome? Controlled demolition? Well, no, the evidence points towards it not being a conventional controlled demolition. Occam's razor says that if something turns into dust, it's not done by thermite and dynamite. Dalai Lama. Tony Topping's eyebrows clinch the deal for me. He looks like a Mexican bandit, doesn't he? He's got these little arched eyebrows. Oh, where are we now? Paul Armstrong. Hello, how are you? A great Rage's headwear has Topping. I liked his big broad-brimmed hat he wore when he was in my... Because I videoed him. I did a video with him, and he was in a broad-brimmed hat. It looked really good. Mel O'Brien says they can't let Biden out of his room. He'll say something stupid. This is the problem, Mel, isn't it? It's like that. Do you remember that time when I think was it the Emperor Nero in Rome? It was either Nero or Caligula, one of the bad ones. He like announces that a horse is his successor or something like that. It's in I, Claudius, that BBC drama thing. He's like that. Biden's like that horse. The only reason people go along with it is because, well, you know, Emperor's new clothes, you know, that kind of thing. The elephant in the room, Milgram experiment sort of thing, you know. But of course, the moment he starts whinnying and stamping his feet, that's it. It's over. They have to keep him out of public view. Splendid says, after hearing it was found that the federal government had shown a callous disregard for the weavers' rights, each of the surviving children were awarded $1 million each in compensation. It's a bit of an understatement, callous disregard for the weavers' rights. It's actually first-degree murder. But, of course, the government can do that, can't it? It's allowed to do that. Oh, I think I'm going to end it at 4 hours, guys. We're nearly there. Paul Armstrong says, Parksy's leaving the UK soon. Is he? Is he leaving? Where's he going to go? I'll probably still see him around, but I like Simon. He's cool. The Dalai Lama says, I hope he takes Tony Topping with him. America needs some real exo-truth. America has quite a lot already, you know. I mean, sure, it can always use some more, but America seems to be at the front line of this. It really is. Paul Armstrong. Bill Ryan had great hats. He looked great, didn't he? With that big sun out of his. Yeah. He looked cool. Tinfoil Hat Kerry was live not long ago. Good, yeah, Project Camelot's still going. That's good. Mellow Brian. Simon Parks is another fraud. He's still claiming to be an alien. You can tell Kerry Cassidy, a military child, anything and she'll believe it. Well, I don't think... What's Kerry Cassidy's background got to do with it? I don't understand it. A military child? I mean, children aren't in the military. Children can be born to families who are in the military. Yeah. Doesn't make them military. And even if they are military, so what? I mean, it's a military's a thing. It's something you do. I mean, it's like you join it and you sometimes leave it. I mean, I was in the Royal Navy. I left it. Well, I didn't leave it. I was kicked out after 4 months. But other people are in it for a few years. They leave, and some of them, of course, are great. Do great work. The veteran contingent of the Truth Movement is fantastic. So I don't know what your point is about bringing out the military thing. As for Simon Parks being another fraud, is he still claiming to be an alien? If you're going to accuse somebody of something, especially when it is criminal, you need to produce some evidence. Otherwise, Simon can look at your comment and say, well, that's something slanderous. Is he claiming to be an alien? He has interactions with extraterrestrials. He talks a lot about it. I think he's telling the truth. I think as someone who's studied abductees and knows abductees, I think he's one of them. So I think you're wrong on all counts there, Mel. Definitely. And the Dalai Lama says, "I love Ben's generalized deconstructions. They're so forceful." Thank you very much. Paul Armstrong says, Project Camel Toe. Someone's already done that one, Paul. Dalai Lama says, Kerry Lynn Unsworth is a honey. What is her name? Unsworth? She is a honey, but her name's Cassidy. Peaceful says, my old neighbours were the Hutchinsons. Their effect were dumped mattresses and fights in the garden. A lot of missing bikes too. Oh, right. They're called. Well, being called Hutchison, unfortunately, doesn't make you an expert on directed energy weapons, Peaceful. And I'm sorry you have those particular type of Hutchisons. I doubt if they're relations of the John Hutchison. Darryl Larpick, Bill, Kerry, Simon, Miles, Tony, and Larry Warren are some of the most reliable truth units out there. I think so too. All those people are people I respect, and I think they're good. Some of them are good personal friends of mine. I agree. Mel says, I've hardly noticed what Wood wears. Oh, that Dr. G. Wood. Bill Ryan was the first to help promote the blue chickens. Oh, right, was he? The blue chickens were... those wonderful blue chickens, yeah. All right, you know what? I'm going to have to just quickly de-troll. Well, there's no point trying to de-troll because... the problem is that I'll never be able to see everything that's in here. Peaceful is on his way out. Okay, Peaceful, take care. There's so many comments here. There's so many. There's still 47 people watching, but it's been over 4 hours now, so I'm going to end it. I'm going to have to just... I'm very sorry I never got around to all your questions, but the reason is because there's so many kind of people who are here, who are in the comments section. What I'm going to have to do is I'll have to maybe review the comment section afterwards, and if there's any trolls, I'll have to make the comment section invisible. It's the only way. But guys, this has been the longest live stream ever. We never ever broken the 4-hour barrier before. It's now 11:05 at night. But you guys have been the best ever. You really have. This has been the best chat box ever. It's been the best live stream ever I can ever remember doing. I don't think there's been a better one than this. Thank you very much, all of you, for taking part in this. It's been fantastic. Obviously, the recording will be available. If you've got any comments you've made during this live stream that I haven't answered, all you have to do is copy them to the comments section, the permanent comments section under the recording, and I will address them in the next comments reply video. Please do so, because I hate it when I can't answer your questions. I really can't. I hate it when you can't, when I can't answer them. I'm tired now, sorry. When I can't answer your questions, it feels wrong that you've taken the time to post them. All right, then. Happy World Disclosure Day, all of you. Thank you for watching. Check out the recording of the first one, which I'll actually upload that when I've done this. It's already on BitChute. I'll upload it to YouTube. Good night, and God bless all of you. And here's to World Disclosure. UFO or ET, doesn't matter. Take care, all of you. Bye-bye.